What's up, guys? How you doing? How you doing? It's part 20 of the Yakograd Republic. Late last night, we decided to unpause the game. After 19 parts, technically. We've unpaused the game. We started building. I started building the oil infrastructure. That's our early game strat. That's the early game strat, baby. So, what I've decided we're going to do from now on, here's how we're going to play this. Okay? Last night, about 8 hours in, I was like, we could sit here and we could design the rest of the construction mats, systems, etc., etc. But I have enough, we put down enough, like with the city and the utilities and everything, we put down enough to keep us good for a little while. So, what I was thinking is we are going to pause the game at the same time every year, okay? And get just kind of a finger on the pulse of how our progress is going. We're gonna give ourselves a little progress report. And in those pause sessions, right, then we'll design something else. But we are in September of 1960, and our pause date, with the date that I unpaused the game for real, was April 1st, right? So every April 1st, we will pause the game to get a good finger on the pulse of what's going on. What's going on. And that's when we'll add a new system or whatever and go from there. So I missed the past 19 parts mostly. Was this all paused? Yeah, Kelly. I designed an entire city. A big city, too. I designed the entire thing. I designed the entire thing without unpausing the game. Change of pace is nice. It's good to see the citizens of Yakograd moving along. Yep. Glad, I think this is a good way to run the game. Good way to play it. And it also gives me opportunities to explain what the heck I'm doing. Because one of the biggest things that it took me a second to kind of figure this out and get all the feedback right. But for the longest time, right, people were like, dude, workers seems cool, but I have no idea what you're doing. You're just placing train tracks, and I have no idea the reason. Those pausing will also give me time to explain what the heck's going on. Appreciate your dedication because this is insane. Yes. That's good, dude. Don't worry about it. Alright, so Kelly, you want to see what I designed? Here, let me back it out. I designed everything on the screen. Highways, infrastructure, train tracks, siding, spur lines, cargo terminals. Obviously, the city's over there. Oil is right there. You can see we started making some buildings. We got our first satellite construction depot figured out. And we also... Oh, pause the game for a second here while I give the intro. Yeah, everything is figured out. So what I really need to do... It's September 22nd, 1960. What I really need to do, or what I'm looking to do, is get oil up and running and get us a nice profit. And go from there. I really want to get this done by April of 61 during the next pause. I want everything that you see on this screen done. And then I have another construction depot over here that's just really built for roads and whatnot. That I just expanded because I put down the big construction depots over here. And this depot over here is going to build my minimum viable electrical grid that's taking import power to the city, and then that construction depot is going to basically work on infrastructure leading into the main city. So they're going to work on this interchange and they're going to work on this road complex and get everything here ready to go. I'll probably put down... I wanted a technical service depot over here. That's probably what we'll end up doing, but I'll probably put some construction offices and a little repair shop to go with it. I had a... And this is what I mean here. Before I explain this, let me say, this is what I mean by saying, like, we got to the point last night where I really can't add much else without unpausing the game. Like, you know, we could do all the construction materials that I wanted to do over here, right? We could do it, but that's mid-game stuff. So, you know, pretty much pausing every year and then designing some stuff, right? And then unpausing, we should be able to hit our stride pretty well here. But yeah, I'm gonna, you know, we'll take it year by year, take it in bits and pieces, and we're gonna start building out the oil infrastructure. I really want to get this done and profitable, by April of 61. That's my goal. Baron, holy shnikes. Yeah, SpaceX is looking to break their reuse record with Falcon 9. 9-day turnaround. It flew SphereX last week. I know the booster, dude. Yeah. It's pretty sick, dude. SpaceX is the GOAT, man. They're just light years ahead of everybody. Not to say that I'm not rooting for other people, for other, you know, entities, but also Rocket Lab is catching up, to be fair. Anyway, unpaused. Let's go. So let me see. What construction jobs are these guys up to? They're working on roads. What I am going to do is assign construction to this and the substation right there. I'm going to have them work on the original power grid here. So yeah. Oh yeah, well that's what I was explaining. Sorry, before the SpaceX booster. Okay, so here's my idea. All right. Do you guys remember what happened with Bakalakadakistan? I'll keep the game on pause. Sorry, habit. What happened is that I didn't set my depots to reconstruct buildings, right? And then basically what happened is that I couldn't really build anything new because my main construction depots, right, were stuck doing building maintenance all the time. So I think every like kind of area, like right here, this is the oil area, and then I leveled a little bit more terrain. We might put other things over here, like maybe a refinery pumping in and out, because frick it, right? Like, I wanted to do that because I wanted to leave some vehicles here that are dedicated to building maintenance, so we don't have that problem. And in doing that, right, we make a construction depot to build everything, and then we leave trucks there to also maintain everything, right? So these two construction depots that I'm building around the oil terminals, right, they're going to stay there, right? And that basically means I don't need to, like, this depot over here, the main construction depot, will be just that. It will be for main vehicle construction. And all the other depots can... around the city, like basically Department of Public Works for the most part, all these areas here can be used for building maintenance. And I'll just have them automatically do the building maintenance, right? And the construction depots will manually build all the new construction, right? So this allows me to leapfrog construction depots, right? It'll allow me to leapfrog. I can build one here, use this depot to build everything, leave one or two maintenance vehicles here, and then leapfrog to the next set of construction depots. Right? We'll move one over here, and I'm going to end up building another set of construction depots here that will be assigned to basically general maintenance for the city, right? And general maintenance for the clothing area, right? That can also serve as a buffer for pollution. We'll put the repair depot, put the public works in between, right? And we'll have a buffer between our clothing factory, which pollutes, and our main town. Am I right or am I right? I think this will work, leapfrogging construction depots. I think it's a good idea, and I'm going to do it. Right or wrong. I've built 6-slot construction offices for maintenance in very small areas. That works really well. Cool. All right, excellent. Remember, 3 lefts do make a right, but 2 wrongs don't. Okay? All right, all right, all right. The reason I'm saying right so much is because I'm talking myself through it as I explain it, because I'm pretty sure I know what I want to do, but once again, I've never done this before, so everything's a risk. Build the oil pumps. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to overwhelm these things. Just work on the pump jacks. Just work on the pump jacks. We don't want to clog that border. Right? Or left? Oh, you're right. And when you're right, you're right. And you're always right. Yeah, we can get rid of that road depot. And then I can get rid of that bendy train track because it's pissing me off. What is it doing, Carl? Hey, it's pissing me off. Am I going to use these train tracks? I don't know. Maybe. Wouldn't hurt to put the right of way there. So, I did. Just left room for it. Do you see the Firefly sunset? Holy hell. Yeah. Pretty cool. Downscope. They must have secret hyperjets on that thing. What do we got on this thing? A Cuisinart? No, sir. Shoot Will in the face, Commander. Wait, what? No, different thing. Alright, dudes. Let's go. That's it, man. I'm also... Actually, I was going to set up an oil field here, but we have fuel delivered right to those construction depots because we have power. This depot will work in water because it does have power. Okay, so over here, they're cooking on these power lines. Where's the crane? Sweat, baby, sweat, baby, sweat. Sweat, 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 sweat. Cook, 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 cook. Yes! You. Pythos, you. I want you to hit that chatter in the face really freaking hard. This is your fault. Really freaking. Sorry, man. Ow! Ow! Ow. Sorry, I'm hyped about unpausing. Is that weird? That's weird. Okay, yeah. All right, I'll stop. All right. I would hope so, goalie. Came out of surgery now watching you. Are you all right, Trey? What kind of surgery? If they're cooking on the power lines, you better have better safety procedures. Well, they don't have a kitchen yet, so kind of have to. That is one of my That is one of my favorites. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Hope no one strikes those wires. Let's just pretend that goes up and over that bridge, okay? You got snowplows ready? No, but now would be a good time to do it. Let's start with a free technical office. It's a free technical office for you, Jim. I am going to tell my distro... Oh, can't do it. Alright, well. Let's buy ourselves some snowplows. Those are the only good ones. 38 miles an hour. Plowing speed 14. Okay. Just know that you can land a fighter jet on that bridge now. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's check the technical office working range. I do not want it to plow mud roads. I want gravel roads only right now. %100% gravel roads all the time. And then we're gonna need another technical over here. Keep it at that. Let's copy. So you can copy this priority to another technical office like that. And now that's only going to plow the gravel roads. Just one more loan, bro. Please, please, bro. Please, just one more loan, bro. Bro. And then we're going to do the same thing over here. Because if I'm looking at this right, okay, they go to there. And that depot goes to there. Cool. Just a little bit of overlap between my technical depots. Perfect. And now we, unfortunately, are under 1 million, but we got to buy 3 snow plows there. What I'm going to do now is take that, copy that, put that there. That thing is going to prioritize gravel roads only. You can increase the range, sure. Yeah, Arbzak, you can increase the range, but there's one thing. It's 1960. These snowplows suck. 14 mile an hour plowing speed. That's I think a golf cart can plow more at this point. So we gotta kind of wait. It looks like a garbage truck for you. Were those garbage trucks? Boy, I hope not. Ah, yeah, they were. Why didn't you tell me this, guys? Jeez. Well, to be honest, it's not like we're not going to need those, so that's what we need. They look the same, all right? That was a useless expense. Anyway. Yeah, we see that? I have to not do that. Yeah. We have to not do that. That's not good. That's not a good thing to do. That's a waste of money. We just wasted 12 G's. They look the same. It's probably because they're the same truck. There's one kind of real distinct difference though. This has a big mustache on the front, and those do not. But we will need garbage trucks eventually, so it's okay. We will eventually use those, so it's not bad. I just didn't want to utilize that right now. I really didn't want to go below 1 million either, but till we get oil up and running, that's, you know. Yeah, drummer. If you look, if I go to load game, I have Yakograd 1960 right there. That's the unpause. That is right before I unpaused it. And I'm going to make a new save like year by year, so 60 to 61. So if I do colossally screw up, we will be able to go back and fix it. You could refer to that as save scumming if you really want to. And it kind of is, but I'll have you know I will see my failures through to understand why I failed and then mitigate and correct the problem. Because, yeah, I think I've done enough designing for the next month or so, easily. I would like to ask for advice, EJ. In construction offices, do you, like, put various vehicles or do a mix? Depends on what you're doing, Viper. Right now... Okay, so think about this for a moment. You want to make roads. Okay, so let's... Say you have a construction office. It all depends on what you're trying to do. Say you have a construction office, so... Alright, I'm going to search paving company here on Google, okay? And I'm going to be careful because I don't want it to show where I live, right? But here. This is probably all the paving companies around Massachusetts. What do you notice in these pictures? What vehicle is in every single one of these pictures? Including the graphics. There's one there. There's a red one there. There's a yellow one there. There's a white one there. There's a red one there. See what I'm talking about? What do you notice? Humans. Yes, yes. Well, you need construction labor for paving roads. Dump trucks. Dump truck. Okay. So the way I've been kind of thinking about this, the way you got to think about this is that you need a construction depot that's just for paving roads, right? Because think about the Western equivalent. Right? The Western equivalent, you'd have a private company paving all your roads, right? And they'd be contracted. So, how do you mix your construction depots? What are you trying to do? You want a paving company? Well, you're going to need a dump truck. You need lots of dump trucks because you're going to need to move a lot of gravel and you're going to need to move a lot of asphalt. Right? This is like running a business, dude. These trucks cost money. What kind of truck? How far are you hauling? What's the range on this paving business that you just decided to open up? Right? What else are you going to need? You're going to need a paver. That was the other thing there. You need a roller to smooth it out, right? So you need a paver and a roller. How are those getting to the destination? Are they going to drive themselves? You don't see a paver just driving down the highway, do you? Or a steamroller? No, they're carried on a truck. So now you need trucks. Right? But think about this for a second. You have one paver and one roller. Are you going to be paving multiple roads at once? If not, paver roller and then a flatbed truck to move them around, right? That's all you need. The rest can be dump trucks. Do you want this business to be able to handle 2 paving jobs at once? Because then you might need 2 trucks, so you could pave one and roll another. You don't want the rollers and the pavers going there themselves. So composition of construction depot depends entirely on what you're trying to make. Unless you have a general construction company. The way I want to set up construction depots in this is specialized. Like how you'd have different companies in the West, right? There'd be a paving company. Then there'd be a building company. And then there's one for plumbing. And then there's one for electricity, right? There's different contractors. And then there's general contracting, which is everything, right? If you want to set up a GC, you're going to need one of everything. But I think specializing your depots is way, way better. That's a way better idea. You have Caltrans. Why? That's a bad example. Some of them can move multiple thing. Check it out. It depends on your hauling capacity. Look. But I'm not sure if that has to do... If you're talking about construction, then yeah, I see what you're saying. Caltrans is the equivalent of saying, nah, I got Gamecast. So if you look, right now, my dumper depot is doing nothing, right? It's idle. Idle trucks are costing you money. Doesn't matter the system, right? So what I want to do with these bad boys is this. Gravel out the next bit of road. Assign that, and assign that. Now, what I gotta do is make sure all the right construction offices are assigned here. They are. Cool. And depots should be next to repair stations. That's right. Yeah. I do have to build a repair station in this design. I'll probably build it down the street. Ideally, you want your repair stations. So vehicle repair stations have an area of effect. They have an AoE. See how it's highlighting buildings when I put it near it? You generally want to do that. Then it will repair by proxy instead of sending a repair truck out. But well, we could put the road depot right there, but even if we did, I don't think we're going to be in range. That wouldn't be a bad spot for it. It's in range of the road depot there. See how it's highlighting that road depot? And then, when I was talking about leapfrogging a construction facility. When we move all of our main construction vehicles out of here, I'm going to leave the bare minimum. A vehicle for hauling. A vehicle for transporting vehicles. A dump truck. A cement mixer. One or two. And then, down the road, when we buy new vehicles for doing construction work, I'll put the old vehicles here. And the older vehicles can be used for maintenance because they're not used very much. Wear and tear on vehicles goes up exponentially depending on the age. So the older the vehicle is, the more maintenance it's going to need. Exactly, Sig. Yeah, the hotkeys. Right now, I just have two kind of general construction groups over here. They're not really specialized to do one thing or another. Speaking of that, the second construction team could do with... Hang on one second. There's a useless point right there. Second construction team could do with graveling out this. There's a lot of blips in these roads because we were designing a lot of things. And then they should be able to do one side of the roundabout. So go over here, go back to Construction Depot 2. And have them start graveling out the roads. Yeah, I have plows set up. I'm gonna set this to higher priority. The other thing I'm gonna do is that, so they have access between the two roads that are under construction. Surprised the refinery wasn't in planning. Willie, see this open spot? Yeah, you need a lot of people to run a refinery. We're playing for early game right now. We're playing early game industries. So, like, for the first 5 years, you know, I have this designed to build up a lot of crude. And then maybe we'll refine it later. My city is not equipped to support something like that. Honestly, the city isn't big enough to support a refinery and the other industries that I have. I unpaused late last night, guys. Don't worry if you're just tuning in now, you haven't missed much. I've paved a couple of roads and set up a couple of wires. Yeah, early game you can export crude. All you need is electricity because the pumps are all automated. They all work by themselves. You just need an electrical signal. I'm gonna check the deliver mechanisms via trucks. That's why I bought more hauling trucks. Because, see, I saw a bulldozer driving to its destination, which is not what we want. Oh, you merely, yeah. I unpaused it and I assigned construction before I put gas here. So all the vehicles came in, couldn't find a fueling station, and then I fueled this up, and every vehicle in all my construction depots bum rushed the fuel depot. It was a pretty big traffic jam, and I probably lost about a week of time with that, which is, yeah, my bad. Totally my fault. Yeah, the refinery needs 500 workers, which requires a town of at least 1,500 inhabitants. Exactly, Arpazak. Someday, maybe I'll expand the city up the coast here to support a refinery. Maybe. Maybe we'll build another city over here and then do, you know, have like one big city. Will we get the economy stable before needing a loan? I should be able to get oil up with 950,000 rubles. That shouldn't be an issue. The profitability is kind of a big variable there because the oil market crashed right when I unpaused the game. Look. See? It crashed, but it seems to be coming back. Kind of. Anyway, over to YouTube. YouTube chat. Is doing oil the priority to make more money? Yep. Nothing major, you're fine, Trey, that's good. Dump trucks, paving machines, rollers, bobcats, rip up the old roadbed, trucks, various deck heights, various vehicles. Exactly. Havocs, you gotta think about all that when you play this. That's why I love this game. This is a construction, planning, project management game at best. Like, at its best. It's awesome. No other game is like this, dude. Did you follow along with Battleship New Jersey's dry dock last year? Yes, of course. I didn't watch every episode, Rares, but I watched a good amount of them. Yeah, well, the plus side is so King, what I did when the oil market crashed is I bought a ton of fuel. When the price was low. I bought a lot of fuel, so I told this dude to fill up all the depots. Which, yeah, proved to be a good idea. Greetings from the great automobile factory state, Michigan. What's up, Brendan? Made a spreadsheet to calculate personnel requirements to predict city sizes. Helps a lot. Well, that's why I spent all this time designing the city. This city right here, with all these flats and all this working accoutrement, what the heck is that? Is designed to support a full fabric and clothing industry, oil obviously, which doesn't need people, and food and alcohol. That's really what we're in on. So we're going oil first. That's why I want to get this. I want to try and get this set up by the first year. So 61, I want oil set up so we're making profit, so we're at least pushing the cost on construction materials. Then we set up the city, right? That would be, ideally, I want that 61 to 62, building everything that we need here, right? And then 62 to 63, get baseline clothing set up, right? And then start to get this city working, slowly building more and more roads, and then 64, 65, scaling this. Getting more and more people in here, right, to do their jobs. Getting minimum clothing set up. And then by 65, 66, I really want to start working on the food factory and stuff. If I can get food factory construction up and running by 65, that means we're pretty damn profitable. That means we're doing good work, which is good. Did you have a chance to go to the P.O. box? No. Jojo, I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow, dude. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, I know it's not a big deal. I know you're just asking, and I forgive me. I really don't like keeping you waiting like this. It's really messed up. I understand that. I'm not making any excuses. I have to do it. I'm just coming back from Boca Chica, trying to get back in my routine. Daylight savings time and a time change screwed me up a lot more than I care to mention. Don't get old. Don't get old. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Hey Raymond, what's going on? So yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. I should have tomorrow morning open. What alternatives are you suggesting? I don't know, maybe make some advances in modern science so, you know, somebody can live to like 245, maybe 250, maybe 300. Yeah, what did you think I was saying? The Fountain of Youth, obviously. Okay, they belted that out. Now, go over here. Get those done. Construction office 2. Belt that out. And belt that out. All right, dump trucks are holding again. We don't want that, so they're idling. So what I will do is have them start to stockpile. This is dump trucks and cement mixers. I want to have them start to stockpile this stuff over here. Yeah, that'll work. Have them start bringing concrete and gravel and asphalt in for the road depot across the street. Yeah, Aranor, it's crazy. Raymond, congrats on the momentous occasion of the unpause. It's date night for me, so I'll catch you all in the VOD. All right, Raymond. Yep, Timbite. I basically, last night I was working on new vehicle. We unlocked a new forklift. I was working on finishing everything up and getting all the minimum systems in, and then I realized I had no early game. So I started designing the early game, the oil fields, right? And started coming up with a plan. And because I didn't do Space News yesterday, we powered right through, did 11 hours of workers, and I figured out my plan of attack, so we unpaused late last night. But, yeah, don't worry. I only unpaused it for not very long. But, once again, the system that I've come up with here is that, so we unpaused on April 1st, 1960. I did that on purpose. April 1st, 1960, and then April 1st, 1961, we'll pause and kind of get a bearing on our projects. What we need to get done, what we're doing. Got to review the plan for sure. That's the idea. Do we have idle vehicles? No, not much. I want these guys doing only gravel, though. So they'll only pave the gravel roads. Or plow gravel roads. So I'll extend their range, but only set it to gravel. I don't need to plow the dirt roads. The dirt roads are just there for planning. How's the construction of the substation here? Did I ever put cement mixers over here? Oh. Okay. So you go right there. And then this depot, all the covered stuff is mechanical. Okay, cool. That depot is good to go. And then I'm going to need a concrete truck as well. That's where I left off, moving all the construction depots. That one is the labor depot. I'm gonna need to buy a couple of cement trucks. You know what? We're gonna need them eventually. Might as well. Did you see Subnautica 2 is coming out this year? No. Really? Yeah, just do it. Because I wanted them to build this substation and they can't. They need concrete and asphalt. The dump trucks are being used for gravel right now. So the concrete we can use the concrete to go and grab stuff, but part of that roundabout is finished. But we have this pretty much this entire stretch of road, the temporary road right there until we make the main interchange, and then part of the highway up and running, which is great. When 1.1 comes out, we'll play Satisfactory again, absolutely. These are hauling vehicles. And cement mixers. All the concrete got delivered. It's just labor left on the pumps, so we'll start hauling all the mats out for these for the pipes. That'll put some of these trucks to work. So thoughts on the sale of the Celtics? I didn't know they were for sale. Interesting. Zdarov, tovarish. Privet. Как дела? Добрый вечер. Are we buying them? I don't think we can afford it. I got Gamecast. How many rubles? I have, best I can do is 900,000. But it's 900,000 in 1960s money, which might be enough. Hey Raiden, what's going on? Trey, I didn't know that Subnautica 2 was coming out this year, but Subnautica gives me the heebie-jeebies. Not even kidding. 71, 31, 69, nice. Yeah, they cost 901,000. Ah, oh well. Yeah. I'm just having them take off, get all the roads, start to get all the roads paved just little bit by little bit. I mean, 6.1 billion sig, that's enough to start an aerospace company easily. Like, that's enough to start an aerospace company and be comfortable. Like, you could develop you could develop a Falcon 9 competitor for $6 billion easily. Falcon 9 itself had I don't know this for sure, to be honest with you. Falcon 9 development was about $2 billion, all told, from COTS contract awarding to Falcon 9 Block 5. With Dragon. About two, well, actually, Dragon was probably a little bit
this
more.
is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Older Buffalo, gifted 5 subs. Thanks, man. I'd rather pick an aerospace company than a sports team. Oh, I'm with you. Dude, once again, $6 billion is enough. That's enough to fund a competitive low Earth orbit vehicle. Something like Falcon 9. You could do that. Once again, I'd say if we put Dragon operations in, like from Falcon 9 Inception to Block 5 with Dragon 2, I'd say like $3 to $4 billion to develop that thing. Yeah. Spaceflight is not that expensive if you compare it to a sports team, huh? Pretty crazy, right? Now keep in mind, those numbers are based off of hearsay. I will say that. But that seems right. That's right in line in terms of funding curves for, like, vehicle development. $6 billion is still a large amount of money. Yeah? Yeah, you ain't kidding, man. Those depots would be in range. Yeah, electrical range is what I'm looking for. They're in low voltage electrical range. So we could set up 2 depots here and use that as our staging area to start building this. Set a repair depot around it. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, my pre-planned design has a gigantic repair station around it, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. It'd be cool if you nerded out on the project management and made a development timeline. I have one, Plate. It's not like on paper, but you must have missed it. I just said what it was. Oil. I need to get oil up by April 61. Oil needs to be going. At least, well, we're already starting pumping crude, which is great. I need to get oil up and running, operational, exporting, to make money. Once we're there, that will offset the cost, should offset the cost of the construction materials needed to start getting this pocket of the city up and running. This needs to be done by April of 62, or at least functioning. It doesn't, not every building needs to be made, not every road needs to be paved. It needs to be functioning, okay? Enough for people to move in by 63, so we can focus on getting clothing up, importing fabric initially, exporting clothes. Every investment that we're making here, I really need to make sure it has a profit. So what I would do in the past, right, is just build all these roads, right? I build all the roads, right? The roads are your vital infrastructure. The roads are your vital infrastructure. And then I didn't build them to go anywhere. I just built roads that connected the entire map, which was cool. That was a cool idea in itself, but it didn't do anything. It didn't connect anything. So I flipped it when we started Yakograd Republic. What I decided to do instead was design the roads, but not make them. Make them later. And make them go to things. That's why, once again, we decided to design. Because Bakalakadakistan had one of the best highway systems I've built in any city game. But it didn't do anything. Why 3 storage tanks for 3 oil wells? The pumps, the merging and splitting stations, Willie, only have 3 splits. So splitting your tanks in multiples of 3 is just smart engineering. And then from there, they all go into a merger again and then into a loading station. So I can truck oil in and out. We got 2 pump jacks operating. They're not pumping to anything, but they're operating. Might be high time to get... So what I'm going to do, we're going to go here. I'm going to buy 2 more Tatra 138s on a distro, right? I want loading of fuel, unloading of crude. Go to the pumps. And load crude. So the storage percentage is 0. The 3rd one just got finished, so there we go. I want them to load up crude oil on the 3 pump jacks and empty these things. Because that fuel truck was just sitting there waiting for this fuel depot to be empty. Might as well use the same trucks to export crude. That's what I was. That's a mistake that I made. Also, I had like that was a mistake that I made in like my Second Republic, which was also on this same map. I had like specific trucks for fueling and specific like in that makes sense. You know, specific trucks for just fuel, specific trucks for just oil. That makes sense in the future, like in the future, like in the mid to late game for workers. But right now, why buy extra trucks when those trucks are just sitting idle? Once again, our pump jacks are up. We're paying for them to pump oil. We might as well start exporting. No reservoirs for crude. What are those? Yeah, Mihai, I have 2 of them. So we have 3 pump jacks all above 40 over here, and then 3 more pump jacks over here that are above, like these 3 are above 70, I think. And actually, I am going to tell them to start working on the 2nd set of pump jacks. And then they're all designed to, so those 3 are designed to go here to a loading terminal there, and these 3 are designed to go here to a loading terminal there. So we're capable of storing up to 6,000 tons of crude with 3 tanks. Didn't see it, my bad. All good, my brother. Dude, I've learned. Once again, you really, like, okay, here's how I look at it. The real Soviet system, they planned cities. They did not start laying down anything until they had a city figured out. Well, to an extent. I mean, some cities are pre-existing, etc., etc. But if they were laying down a brand new city, right? If they're laying down a brand new city in the middle of nowhere for a specific task, right? They plan the whole damn thing out. That's what we need to do. Like, you can say what you want about these guys. It's pretty damn good at project management. The Soviet Union is pretty damn good at that. China is pretty good at that, too. But I think this system is actually quite good. But these guys could plan. Like, it's kind of a crappy example, but I'll use Slavyuch in the Ukraine as a good example. So after 1986, the Soviet Union built a city that's specifically designed to house power plant workers of the still working power plant and also maintenance and cleanup. So this is like a waste process. This is a city that's specifically designed for waste processing. Dude, they laid this thing down and like Slavyuch was made very fast. It was made very quickly. I mean, once again, you can't deny that they could just plop a city out in the middle of nowhere. It's pretty damn good. And it's like, oh, the train track's over there. That's out of the exclusion zone. It's on the other side of the Dnipro River. Send it. Like, that's pretty cool. I mean, like, the Western equivalent would be like a boom town out west. Like Las Vegas Or, like, yeah, a boom town. Las Vegas was a pretty big boom town. At least that's how it started. It ain't that no more, but... We've done stuff like this, SVO. Yeah, exactly. Oak Ridge is actually a great example. Oak Ridge, Los Alamos, Oak Ridge, Tennessee, for nuclear fuel refinement. Which part? Where is it? You'll know it when you see it. It'll look completely out of place. See what I mean? It's very similar, isn't it? Look, retention ponds for sewage. Main buildings, apartments. Actually, I don't know if there's any apartments here, but... On-site power plant. See what I'm talking about? I mean, don't get me wrong. We don't do it as much as... We don't do planned cities as much as they do, right? If anything, it's privately planned. We have privately planned cities all the time. What do you think a gated community is? Tract mansions? Same idea. Not all the vital... not almost vital components, but you know what I'm trying to say. See, last one of the craziest go-arounds I've ever seen. What is this, King? Come on, computer. I'm trying to get it on the screen so you guys can see it. It's a uranium enrichment facility, yep. Yeah, I mean, Vanguard, they can do it. Like, they could do it. Like, the industrial engineering there is pretty good. I mean, the reason why is because it's based off of our industrial engineering because of Lend-Lease during World War II, but that's, you know, whatever. They learned it from us. So did China, for what it's worth. This is getting a little sketch. This is Madeira. Oh, okay. Okay, right there, I would go around. Right there. That dip, I would have gone around. Right there, but I ain't no pilot. This is a... Dude, look at the angle of attack. No way. I just... Try again. Because watch what's going to happen. Oh, he did! See? Good pilot. Good pilot! See? That's death. Don't even try. Don't even try. Just go on approach again. That was a terrible approach. You see how much the left wing dipped right before touchdown? Right there. Go around. Don't even try. Don't try to stick it. You stick it, you're going to crash. So, right there, full power. Engine's full power. Just climb out. Just climb out. I don't know about that bank angle coming out of there, but whatever. A go-around's a go-around. This is Madeira airport spotting, just in case anybody's wondering the YouTube channel. Yeah, that was sketchy. That was very sketch. Flight sim stream when? Oh, you know, I still gotta do that. Anyway. Is that common for Madeira? I do believe Madeira airport is Gibraltar, right? Right, dudes? Chatter, you're coming over. Have to get the yoke out. It's Portugal. Oh. That's why I asked. No, it's Mordor. No, that's New Zealand. Madeira Island in Portugal. Obrigado. What if you had one day a month where you play a game you hadn't tried before? Yeah. Tons of crude is only 400 rubles. Ugh. I'm not playing Doki Doki. No way. That game is so strange. Minero is a Portuguese island off the coast of Morocco. What did you roll good on the market? Nothing. Oil crashed, and then iron. Actually, I think it was. Did iron crash? Yes. That's not a good start. But anyway, I don't know if you've seen it before, but I'm kind of really enjoying a game called Railroader. You can also play with the community if you want. Spoiled, is it like Derail? Because I've played Derail. I like Derail a lot. What would make Derail better is if you could build the tracks. But yeah, we got all the demo we got the demo DE6 in Derail, and that was a fun time. I'm looking at the date going, I have the plows ready to go. Sneaky. Yeah, they're ready. And I have them set to just plow gravel. Plow gravel roads. I'll admit I have one depot over there. I probably should put another technical. If I can. Yeah. I should put another one right here. I'm going to. Copy the road priority there. Go here. Buy more snow plows. I did not play the demo for Roadcraft. That came out basically when I was in Texas, so I would like to wait. But my mods played it, and they said it was, oh, I put a technical office across the street. Yeah, well, whatever. Don't need that no more. Don't need that no more. So, Railroader, you run a short line in North Carolina back in the 1950s. It's early access, but I think it's fun. Wait a minute. Railroader... Isn't that the game that Heist is working on, Spoiled? I know that dude, if that's the case. Heist is a YouTuber, and actually, he's a huge train nerd. Yeah. Spoiled, I know that dude. Yeah, Heist is a good dude. Because I played Railroads Online, the game that he worked on previously. Century of Steam is Heist's game? Oh, yeah, okay, so it's not Railroader. Alright, cool. Then, in which case, no, I don't know anybody that works on Railroader. Have we started making money? Yes! Yes! We started... There's our first profits! Our first profits. We've made $1,000 on crude. Alright. Whatever happened with Railroads Online? The game got bought by a new developer, and they are working on it, but I don't want it. We have started building our paradise, comrades! Is this pipeline ready to go? It just needs labor. What's the labor depot doing? Cool. Did I not buy plows for that depot? Dude, you know what's getting me? The material cost isn't too bad, but the upfront cost of all the vehicles to build things, that's what I've spent the most money on, dudes. like, the import of resources is only 100,000, right? But if we go to, like, vehicles imported, look, almost 500,000. Can you believe that? Make train to build things. That's in my plan of attack, yo mama, don't worry. I have a really, really awesome train depot set up. Train depot is after we get profitable, because trains cost, building the tracks costs a lot. So what I want, we're gonna get oil ready to go first. Then I'm gonna build a small part of the city that's designed to function as its own little town. Then we're gonna get clothes up and running. And then we eventually scale to build out more and more of the city. After clothes, I have food services up here ready to go. The food is already designed. We have the grain silo. Once that's good to go, I'll initially bring in crops via truck, right? But then we start building the cargo terminal. Build that cargo terminal out, and that after we get food up and running, that's when we'll start working on trains. I gotta get stable first. We have to start bringing in money. I do have 800 grand, but 800 grand in this game can go like that if you're not careful. Tracks cost more than roads. I actually don't think they do, but you need people to run the railroad construction office. And the cost up front of getting a track builder, because you need a track builder. You can't have like regular construction vehicles. You need the track builder. The cost up front of getting that working is a little bit high. I'm good, Xanax. How are you? Nice plays Railroader a lot. I thought it might be a fun game for you in the community to play since it has multiplayer. Oh. How high on the list is the crappy bridge to NATO for their vehicles? Yeah, we should probably do that. Actually, we should start working on that more like soon. Yeah, because yeah, we need to do that. I need concrete, gravel, and 24 tons of asphalt. You need the paver for that for this type of bridge. Do I have another construction? Nope. Okay, so this is where the empty space that I'm building here really comes in handy. The empty space that I left really comes in handy. What I was thinking is to work on the bridge construction. Probably a good idea to... Yeah, let's... Alright, I'm going to pull the trigger on a regular construction depot over here. I should have put a switch right here. In fact, well, we could demolish it, but I don't have a demolition depot. We need a truck. Do I have anything? Can you use bulldozers in demo depots? No, you need the excavator. All right, let's get an excavator. I'll definitely use them. And then we need a hauler truck. You know what? I want to save some cash. All of my hauler trucks are being used. Okay. I don't want to save some cash. We need deliver mechanisms there. We're going to need a hauling vehicle. So that's go to 706 is good. And then I have an extra waste hauling truck over here that I bought. Cool. All right. Thrown it together for minimal money. The roundabout's pretty much done. Score. We don't need that road and the maintenance road in the center no more. We can do that. Then we can assign that there. Construction 2, there to there. And then I think we have enough to actually build these. But we'll get the gravel roads figured out. Cool. That's perfect. How are we doing over here? Yeah, those hauler vehicles really doing work now. They're probably clogged up at the border. No, they're actually not. All right, cool, sweet. I unpaused late last night, guys. Basically, there's nothing. I got to the point where, like, I wanted to do all the construction materials and everything and get that all figured out. But that's the construction mats depot. We'll plan for it here, but that's mid-game stuff. So what I did was halfway through yesterday's stream, I refocused on getting early game stuff figured out, and then we figured out our plan of attack. And because I didn't do space news yesterday, because there wasn't much, we'll do it today. There's a couple of things to talk about with like Starship and what's going on. We played right through, and I got to the point where we could unpause late last night. But yeah, we're unpaused. We're good to go. So the dump trucks need something to do. What I will have them do is start paving these roads. Pave the road, or gravel out the roads to the pump jacks. But we are making money, it's just we're not making a lot right now. Assign Depot 1, do that. That should get the dump trucks rolling. There we go. And that should get the bulldozers going as well. Once that truck pulls in, should load up a bulldozer on the hauling truck and go. I said it should. Whatever. Just get it done, please. The BZ252s are fantastic, yeah. They're a great truck. Yeah, Sneaky, I use them to build out a lot of gravel roads. The excavators are what's getting me. I need another excavator. Do we have any over here? We have... Okay. Alright, here's what we're doing. Go here. I'm gonna buy one. Yeah. These Z111D, these things, great. Or no, that's not Z. Is it E? Yeah. That thing. The shovel. The swing excavator. So I'm going to buy one of those bad boys. And then I'm going to take a truck. I'm going to put a truck in the road depot. One of the hauling trucks. And I'm going to tell that dude to go here. Load up a vehicle. And then go here and unload said vehicle. Then... yeah. And then go back to the depot. Cool. Wait until loaded. Wait until unloaded. Winter's coming. I know. I got my snowplows pretty much good to go. See, I don't want this happening. Why is he... we have an extra... That's the extra bulldozer. Okay, don't want that. Alright, cool. Can't believe we got this far into November and it's not, It's not that big of a deal. Like, it should have started... The game usually starts snowing right around now. I'm not pushing my luck. Screw that. Where's the waste truck? Oh, there he goes. The only node that connects to these power lines is here, so he's gonna have to pick it up via the substation. So first foreign labor to build money-making stuff? Yes. Right now I'm paying people for their labor. Ugh. Gross. He's a joke. Yep. There it is. Alright, get the plows out. Is that a Supra? You're a Supra. Roasted. So, snow, we're going to see a slowdown here. Not of construction necessarily, but vehicles will slow down. That's what the plows are for. I've told the plows just to plow the gravel roads, though. For now. But yeah, look. Damn snow. Snow looks like your yard this morning. So used to seeing dirt. What is this? What is this substance? Yeah, I don't know. Reassign your groundwork excavator from the first yard. What do you mean? Laughs in Floridian. You're laughing, but you guys think 55 degrees is cold, which is... Good luck out there. You guys are scared of hurricanes. Yeah, because we don't get them, unlike you. Don't try to play this game with me, boy. You can't outact me. Don't even try. I've got Alric Bowen. Can you make the gravel roads one way? No. No, you can't. I wish. There you go. Roads are pretty clean. I told them to get at mud roads, but do that after the gravel roads are set to jet. Not bad. They cleaned this place up pretty well. Pretty good. Nice. Just waiting on those metal. Oh crap, it's snowing again. So the reason why I bought an excavator is because we need more excavators to do the underground pipes, or at least to dig the trenches for the underground pipes. Now, back over here, have they started on these gravel roads? No. What else are they working on? What did I tell them to? unfinished road. Oh. Well, there we go. Right when I said it, they delivered labor. Cool. Excellent. Yeah, this is one of the things that I'm like paranoid, super paranoid about, guys, because snow can really screw you up. Vehicles, yeah, if they take a huge speed debuff on snowy roads. Where are you going? They're going to the fueling station down there. Oh boy. Yeah, you can make... I can make do not enter areas for the plows. Yeah, that absolutely can be done. You know what? Reset their priority to 0 mud roads. Those guys are okay, because they'll just get around the border. If we get double snowstorms like this, yeah, they're gonna be out plowing the stupid mud roads. Don't want that. Speed debuff. Yeah, they don't move very well in the snow. Snow is just Canadian water, man. It's damn Canadian water. I'm gonna try to make it that far, Mutter. I gotta take a break around 9. Yeah. I'll probably take a break around 9. I got a meeting, and I'm not gonna lie, Brimo wants to watch the season finale of Severance. So I gotta do that. And yeah, I'll probably be back. Severance. Yeah, you lay down that gravel. Yeah, see, it slows down construction like crazy. No, get off the dirt. Okay. No. Get off. Don't do the frickin' mud road. We are still exporting oil, which is nice because that's keeping us... It's you know, we're generating some cash, which is good. Today marks 10 years since the first Deadpool movie filming. Oh. The Wood Brothers were his pit crew. That's why he has the Jim Clark livery. Cool. It's pretty awesome, dude. There. That's in case the snowplows need fuel, they can go right to that fueling station. We just really, really need them to plow. No one plows that stretch of road. Alright. We'll set that. I don't like that. It left this road as a damn gap. Alright. Hold on. What we could do is make a turnaround for the snowplow. And if we split the road, like that, that should allow them to pick. Yeah, see, now they're in range. And now they're in range. So my throughaway road will get plowed. Also, that fuel station is killing me. Alright, we have idle vehicles for construction too, so start construction on those. Power line is fully demoed. It is. Good eye, Sneaky. No, it's not. Yeah, he has to drive all the way to there. Is it possible to type the exact range in? I've never tried doing that. Let me see. Yeah. But wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. Yes, you can. You can modify the number. It's in. So 3280 is 1,000 kilometers. Or 1,000 meters. Sorry. The hell is a kilometer? Freaking snow. Hey, we got another pump jack up. Cool. Alright, go here. Honestly, the way this is kind of panning out, we need more construction labor. December 7th, 1960. Road Depot's almost ready to go. Hey, Alexis, 77 months. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. If we can do another distro, we should probably do that. I gotta save. Oh no. That was weird. Looks like a vehicle tried to enter and exit at the same time and the game got confused. I don't know. What was I doing? Oh yeah, distro. How many more distribution offices, the free ones, can we put down? Oh, nice. I can put down another one. I'm gonna buy more tanker trucks. There. They never seem to reverse, only forward. Yeah. Okay, road depot is good. So I'm gonna move those things up here. And we'll dump that road depot. Because we don't need it. At least this game lets you live out your truck buying fantasies. Yeah. Alright, let's go back over here. This bridge right here. 229 tons of concrete, 4 tons of gravel. You know what, dudes? I decided to do that, like, pillar bridge because I thought that looked cool, but that's a lot of, well, actually, 314 bricks. Bricks are 25 bucks a pop. Get rid of that. Make a regular bridge. Just make the damn prefab bridge. It's gonna cost more concrete than anything, but concrete is inexpensive. Do you have fire stations yet? How critical is that in the early game? I have them placed. I don't have them built. Have you ever done prefab construction in any of your saves? A prefab construction facility? Negative. No, I actually haven't. I need more construction labor. The labor is what's getting me right now. Build the next 2 pump jacks. Actually, work on the gravel road to the fire department. Now that we have oil up and running, yeah, we should do it. Should get her done. We are making money though. 27. Ah. I want to see those 4.8 rail tracks in use. Yep. Don't we all? Alright, that demo should be done. It is. Alright, cool. So, build a 3-switch line here. It's connected in there. I don't care. And then, yeah, actually just put that right there. Okay, cool. I'm gonna have Construction Depot 2, which is basically the group that's over here at Avriu. I'm gonna have those guys work on this, this, and that. Yes, that. Along with the 2 construction depots. Frickin' snow, dude. We need those Mac R series plows. The R series plows are mint. Hey, Lig, what's up, dude? I've been trying this game out and kind of following along with you. I'm having a great time with it, but I don't really understand why your cars are moving around. Mine are just hanging out still. What gives? Cars. What vehicle is not moving, Lig? What do you mean? Are you talking about, like, personal vehicles? Personal vehicles, you gotta... Hey, Matthias, what's going on? You gotta sell them. Well, sell them. You need a car dealership to give them to people. So, if you're talking about personal vehicles, and I think you are, you need the car dealership. I mean, it's almost like time is moving in your game. I thought this was just a... I see what you did there. Took me a second. Dick. You smelly, smelly butthole. I have unpaused the game. That's what happened, you dirty, smelly axhole. Face the wall, please. Probably good you didn't try to plan everything out in the winter. That's why I paused it. So we got 6 pump jacks working, which is pretty good. As someone who doesn't know what's what here, what are you doing? So, Matthias, the short story is that I planned an entire city. I have an entire city planned out. See all these roads? These are just blueprints. They're not... anything that's, like, hologrammed is just plans for buildings and roads. Just basically the faint tracks of roads in the ground. So I planned the entire city. Like if you could see right here, I have an entire city design. These are all apartment buildings and municipal buildings, police stations, fire stations, etc. I have the electricity and plumbing all planned out and ready to go. The thing is that I'm playing the game on the highest difficulty, and planning stuff doesn't cost you anything. Building stuff in game costs you money. So what I'm trying to do is only build certain parts and just bite off a little bit of the design every time. Just bite off a little bit and a little bit and a little bit. And hopefully that gets me to the point where we're profitable, and then we can start expanding more and more. Each bite that we take can get bigger and bigger over time. That's the main scope of the idea. If you really want, like, what I'm doing right now is the first industry I wanted to get up is pumping crude, because crude oil only requires electrical. So we're importing electricity over the border, right? For a small cost, and I'm using that to pump oil. Pumping oil is easy. What all this other pipes and infrastructure is, eventually I'll be able to stockpile it and export it in mass, which is what's more profitable. But for now, I have trucks pulling directly from my pump jacks that we placed down. You can see I built a very, very crude electrical power grid for imported power right now, and I'll eventually build a better grid system out here. How's the build priority set? I don't have any build priority. I manually tell them to make stuff. I set the build priority by telling my construction terminals what to make. But yeah, Mateus, hopefully that helps a little bit. We're gonna build, like, if you want the general, just very general stuff, I'm gonna build this first. And then I'm gonna build, if you look, this road right here, I'm gonna build this second and a half here, and then yeah, and then over here kind of third, so to speak, but that's gonna take time. What I set right now was a timeline to get everything over here in this kind of area in Oilopov. That's what I named it, because there's oil. I want all the buildings that are holograms here made by April of 1961. April 61, we'll pause the game again. I'm gonna, we'll pause the simulation, and then we'll kind of figure out where we need to go. Once again, I set myself a deadline to get this stuff finished. But that doesn't mean you can't, like, multitask and whatnot. I also have another construction depot here that's working on building out roads to start for when we're ready to start the second phase. What are you making money from? Exporting crude. It is not offsetting our building cost, but it is helping. It's not going to really offset cost of anything for a couple of years. Like, we have to incur, because I have no resource production on site, we have to incur building all this basically out of pocket to start. Not the worst problem, but right here I have guys trenching this line here, and that guy's about to get run over. Hey, there's no OSHA. It's December 1960. Relax. Thanks. I always pick up your NASA and SpaceX live streams, just jumping in on the other streams. Yeah, no problem, dude. Yeah, Matthias, it's a Twitch stream, dude. I mean, if you're watching this on YouTube, this doesn't matter, but it's a Twitch stream, so I play games. I have a firm thing that, play video games. It's a Twitch stream, but I also do the science and technology stuff. Anyway, the games that I do like playing, Matthias, are usually games where you build and engineer things. Go figure. For the longest time, I did Kerbal Space Program, but because of what's going on, what happened with the developer and stuff, I'm not really into working on that right now. So we're playing other building games. This game, Workers and Resources, is kind of a very abstract game. It's not a lot of game people know. It's very underrated, but it is like one of the best city builders ever made. The reason why is this is a project manager's dream, this game. Because you have to manage projects, you have to handle it, you have to handle your resources, the trucks, etc., etc. You have to buy your trucks, you have to procure vehicles, you have to basically build everything. You're building a civilization from nothing. This is what I started with. Slowly we'll get there, but yeah, it's a really good game. So like, for instance, when I'm talking about trucks, so like I have a depot right here that has dump trucks, right? If I want to build out a gravel road, these are gravel right now. If I want to make that gravel road, I'm going to need a dump truck to bring the gravel from the border. I bring it from the border because I don't have gravel built. I don't have a gravel quarry built on site yet. But gravel is cheap right now, so it's not a big deal. You can import from the border or you can make it yourself. right? But I can't really make it myself right now because you need people for that. We could probably get it going to an extent, but actually, you know what? I'm gonna April 61, guys. Make a mental note. April 61. I need to check cost of labor versus cost of gravel production. It might be cheaper to bring in labor to work on gravel, so we might build a small gravel setup. I was thinking about doing that for a little bit, but now that I'm really kind of putting it together, it's really not a bad idea. Come spring, can you start the farm for export grain for cash? We would have... Farms have a huge upfront cost because you have to buy all the equipment. They have a huge upfront cost. We could do it, though. We'd have to build that grain silo, which also has an insane upfront cost. We're talking 400 tons of concrete, 100 tons of steel. I could do it, though. To get minimum viable with the farm, we would need this. The farm actually full of vehicles. And then we would need the silo if we really want to do this right. And I don't think this thing is enough for one. That farm cannot handle all of these fields by itself. We would need distribution depots as well. But yeah, I actually forgot about that. And that's why I want to do periodic pausing so we can have conversations like this. Because we should get that up sooner rather than later, especially if food and alcohol, something that you need crops for to make, are on the menu, so to speak. Understandable, you have 1,000 hours in KSP, disappointing in KSP too. Yeah. Alright, how's construction going over here? No resources or mechanism. Alright, I'm going to take that demolition excavator, and we're putting him over here. And then I'm going to take that truck, and we'll put him over here, deliver mechanisms. The excavator needs to start digging this stuff out. Also, I didn't have the dumper depot over here assigned to pull asphalt, so it's not gonna... They need asphalt for this. It's not gonna work very well. Pad B Flame Trench is definitely getting the walls installed. Yeah, I see it. Brandon, I'm not sure if we're gonna do the farming in 61. It's just the farm has an insane upfront cost. That's the big problem, dude. Because you have to build that building, and you have to build that building, and then you have to procure, like, probably 8 combis and 8 tractors, and then 8 haulers. Like, it's a lot. It's a lot up front. I think the farm is a solid, like, 62 to 63 thing. We do that maybe while we're getting food and alcohols set up. The more that I think about it here, guys, so if we're looking at labor costs, it's $9.46 a day to bring a worker in. So average cost of one workday is $9.46. Now, gravel, what's gravel? $7 to bring in a ton of gravel. But you're going to need fuel to bring in that gravel. It's actually cheaper to bring it in right now. It's still, yeah, eventually it won't be, but it's still cheaper to bring it in. What do you think about helicopter ejection seats? Anything that you can do to get your pilot back is probably a good idea. Question? I feel like this is a loaded question, Linus. What do you mean? Like, do I think an ejector seat in a helicopter is bad? No. It's probably a good idea. How many tons does one worker produce? That's a good question. Let's go into construction. So for the gravel quarry, you can automate it. The gravel quarry doesn't need any people. It does need fuel though. But for this, let's take a look. I'm gonna keep it on pause. 15 workers will produce 79 tons of gravel. So we have 15 workers. The cost to bring them in, 15 people times about $10 a person. It's going to cost me about $150 a day for the labor for this. If that 150 labor, in the gravel processing area produces 79 tons of gravel. So 79 times 706. Oh, no. Per ton of gravel. So, oh. Yeah, we should do that. Yeah, we'll do that next. Yeah, that's way cheaper. You save tons of money on gravel, and the sooner you do it, the better. Egress mentioned. We're gonna need fuel for the workers, but fuel is not that big of a problem right now, Raiden. It's, once again, the big thing is cost up front of the building. 106 tons of concrete, 9 tons of asphalt, 3.8 tons of mechanical components, 42 tons of steel. Not to mention all the belts that you need to get it to, because you got to belt it to the quarry, and then you need an aggregate storage on top of that, right? You're gonna do all that. How much is that going to cost? What's 42 tons of steel gonna cost me right now? Steel is trading at $331 a pop. We need 42 tons of it. That's going to cost me 13 grand. Okay, in just steel. Now, don't get me wrong. That's fine. I mean, we also have the upfront cost of excavators that you need for the quarry. Quarry can become automated if you put excavators in it. So we're talking 3 of those things. 3 of the big excavators, or we could put the small ones in. It doesn't really matter. That's the only excavator we have available for purchase, question? And maybe we can buy different ones over here? Yeah, the bigger borders always have more options. So we're talking another 10 Gs for the excavators. Actually 15 because we need 3. The quarry takes 3, right? So we had 12,000 of steel, right? 15,000 for the excavators up front. Probably going to need another 10 tons of steel for belts, right? Aggregate storage. This is a $40,000, $50,000 investment, right? Okay, so what's our profit margin? How long does it take to break even for that, right? So 79 tons a day of gravel times 7.06. That's 557 a day. Okay, so what's 50,000? I think it's a $50,000 project up front, divided by 557.74. Means it'll take about a quarter. It'll take 90 days, so it'll take 3 months for that thing to break even. That's just recurring, that's just money saved from not importing, right? Yeah, not bad. Really, really not bad. Does that account for the operating cost, though? It takes 15 workers times 9.46 per workday. So that's how much it costs per day to run. And then we could always figure in kilowatt hour cost as well. Gravel plant needs electricity. It takes 24 megawatt hours of power. 0.47 for a megawatt hour. So 0.47 times 24 megawatt hours is 11.28. So 141.9 plus 11.28. It costs about 150. I always like rounding, so let's say 154. Good number. 154 to run it. And we make 557 a day. Actually, it's 0.52 because we're buying it, but if we sold the gravel, we're making 75 cents per ton profit. But that's cost not spent on gravel because I need it. So, yeah, I'd say, let me just see that calculator one more time. 557.74 minus 154. So let's just round up. 558 minus 154 means that's how much money we're saving, 404, per day, right? So that's what we're getting back. That's what we make. So let's just see how long it takes to break even. So 50,000, because it's pretty much a $50,000 project, divided by 404, 123 days. So it's going to take a little, about 2/5 of a year. So, I don't know, 5 months for it to break even. I mean, and even then, I say break even, that's just for us to recoup the cost, but we're not profiting off that gravel. We're using the gravel to build. So it's not a bad idea. Like, you know, if we were exporting gravel, right, and we could do that, but then you have to take into account fuel costs, etc., etc. It's not the worst idea. You could always plan it out and pull the trigger later. It might be a good thing to do, but right now, just, I mean, because I have to, so, like, building a gravel plant right now is just, I mean, yeah, it's not the worst idea, but gravel is cheap. At the end of the day, gravel is cheap. I can buy it for $8. $8 a ton. That's nothing. That's nothing. If gravel was double that price, then this makes sense, but it's not. So eventually we're going to need to do it. We should do it because I need tons and tons and tons of gravel to build all these roads and buildings and everything else. So we're eventually going to need it, but right now, maybe when we get this, when we start building the city, so maybe next, like April 62 is when we should start to do it. Yeah, the big thing is avoiding the queue at the customs house. That's right, Cubian. That's a big bonus. So yeah, it's something we should do, something on our radar. We should get it done. We don't need to build the biggest gravel processing area, but there's a lot of gravel like right here. We don't need to build the biggest. Eventually, I want my big gravel area to be over here along the train line so we could do good at proper aggregate loading on the tracks. But yeah. That's... Hey, Dead Crew. Yeah, so gravel is not something we need to do like right out of the gates, but it's something we should do, at least on a small-ish scale. Because eventually, when we go to build all of this, that's going to need a lot of gravel. So I'm not talking about building the biggest gravel plant, but, you know, something that's decent. And then, you know, if we get labor up and running, and we have labor go to the gravel plant instead, we make a lot more money off of it. Streets are the main gravel consumption. Yeah, exactly, Bomber Pilot, and I do have a lot of those. So I'm not talking about building a big gravel plant. We don't need a big gravel plant. Not a gigantic one, just a little small boy. It's like one processing plant with one aggregate storage behind it. Just enough to get stuff rolling. But yeah, that's not super early game. But your mileage may vary depending on your prices. In every gameplay, you have a different market seed. The seeds are random, so your market fluctuates. It does random stuff. We are offsetting our costs, though, with crude, which is nice. For the money spent on the temp gravel processing, you can almost buy like 10k of gravel. That should get you up until you build the construction material area. Yeah, Newell, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, remember, it's 50 G's up front. 50 G's up front to get at least minimum viable. And then that's going to take half a year for that thing to even quote-unquote break even, comparatively to just bringing in the amounts of gravel that we need. It doesn't make sense in the early game. Like, don't do it. You're wasting money. Okay, I see a lot of idle vehicles there. So, construction 1, start. Actually, you know what? Don't build that one. Actually, you know what? Yes, build that one. I changed my mind. Build this one, start building that. Start building the tank. One of the holding tanks. And then we can start stockpiling. And then I can make it so my trucks don't have to drive all the way over there to get to the pump jacks to get oil. The other thing that I'm going to do is pave that. I'm not going to make the same mistake that I made in Bakalaka, Dakistan. At least get gravel down on these roads, so if there's a fire or something, trucks can get back to it, you know? They don't spend all the time on the dirt roads. Okay, so we got a pump jack operating. That's good, but it's not pumping anywhere because it's got nothing to pump to. Good progress. Good progress. How many jobs do we have assigned to these guys currently? It's just 4. So they're working on that road over there, oil fuel storage, pipeline, and the pumping station. What vehicles do we have free? I have some dump trucks and some haulers free. So let's go over here. Have them work on this pipe. Have them work on that pipe. That pipe. This one, and this one. Just work on the pipage. Don't work on that building yet, because construction labor is at a premium. Now, over here, what are these guys up to? Construction labor is what's getting me there. Are we working on anything down here? Where are you going? They're driving all the way there for the substation? Oh, they're building the substation. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, that's all good. Do we have spare trucks? Our dump trucks are ready to go. Do we have a spare bulldozer? Yes, we do. But my semis are being used to haul materials to these places. So what we'll do is I'll take the dumper depot, right? And we will start, or just take this straight dumper depot, and I'll have them start stockpiling gravel down in certain areas. Half of this roundabout is completed, so we can get rid of that. We can get rid of the service roads. And I want the dumper depot. Dumper depot. To start stockpiling gravel here, here, and here. Also, you know what? Have them start working on the run up to the bridge. That'll be good. Just the dump trucks, though. Just those BZs. Did you clear that whole mountain range? No. Was doing some 3D printing testing and it ended up delaminating and I got this. What's that, Baron? That's, it's a very interesting engine configuration. If you placed a free bus stop and had a bus line to the custom house, to the bus stop, they will walk to the construction sites within walking distance. Are you asking that, Casey, or are you telling me? Flight 9, yeah. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Baron, yeah. Nah, just a suggestion. Okay, cool. When do you think you'll be able to get people start settling in the city? Jens, 63? Maybe 62 if we do this right. Huh. Less engines, less to fail. Like I said, we are making money. It's just not a lot, but we're not losing money at the rate that we were because I'm offsetting it with crude oil export, which is good. Crude oil for the early game, just straight crude, Jens. No refinery. I have to research. You'd have to research it to make it, and two, this city is nowhere near big enough to service a refinery. Believe it or not, this city in its current configuration with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Actually, that should be enough for just the refinery. But yeah, there's too much downtime where you're not making money for that. This city is designed for clothing and textiles. And food and alcohol. That's what I'm really setting up for. Oil in the early game, then clothes, then food and alcohol. And then from there we get to the mid game. Mid game, we'll figure it out. Basically what I'm gonna do, Jens, and I figured this out last night. What we're gonna do is I unpaused last night, April 1st, 1960. In April of 1961, we're gonna pause again, not for a long period of time. We're gonna pause again and just kind of think about what we're doing. How long has this playthrough been going? We're on part 20. So right now my objective is to get every building that you see on your screen right here built by April of 61. So we have 4 months to do it. The winter is admittedly slowing us down. We knew this was gonna happen. That's just the way it is. Hey, T-Money. We need more hauling trucks over here. How did the final layout end up looking? We got a pretty good city design going here. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's gonna take a second to set it. That's what we got for at least the initial part. This should be enough for clothes, food, clothes and food, and also good technical research, etc., etc. Basically, we're pretty damn solid for all of the early game. I missed the sound of helicopters in the background. I could do helicopter construction. I'm just not going to. Not right now. Where does your gravel go? You originally planned it where the coal is now. Raiden, I'll probably do a small gravel depot right here. There's a huge deposit. It's not going to be like the master future gravel area. Now, that wouldn't be a bad idea to make. We could build the big gravel facility over here. I have no main line to get to it. That's the problem that I've been having. There's really no good way to get there. Unless, I mean... Even then, that doesn't fix anything. That doesn't fix my problem. That's some Romania-level railroad crossing? Yeah, I'm not doing that. Semi-related, what's your best tip for Timberborn if you have one? Been getting into that recently. Build up more food than you think you need. You never have enough food. Build up more food and water than you think you need. Like, by a long shot. You think you need, you think you'll be fine with 1,000 water? Good, get 5,000. We could end up doing that, Vanguard, sure. Well, Timberborn is a survival game, is it not? Like, well, kind of. Yeah, you build that pipe. But yeah, Vanguard, we could do that. I could just have them get on the highway and then just bring it down here to a gravel storage area. We could, or just have something on the tracks. I left a lot of open space on purpose to deal with the exact things you guys are talking about. Can't see me over in the YouTube chat. Seconds the Timberborn advice. Build more than you need. So we have a bottleneck. The bottleneck is hauling trucks at this point. What? So we have the dump trucks down here. I have the dozers over there. Dude, put the plow down if you're gonna be over there. For real. Yeah, they're hauling steel. Hey, it's not March 1960. So Tessa, what I decided to do is I got enough figured out. I have enough. We didn't design everything. I didn't design all the construction mats over here. But that's more mid-game planning. So we got enough for a good early game. For good early. Like, this should keep me busy building all this stuff till mid-60s. If we did it right. Should keep me good for that amount of time. So what I did was I focused on some early game designs, and then we unpaused it. I unpaused it. The big unpause was April 1st, 1960. So April 1st, 1961, we're going to pause again, and then I'm going to figure out where I'm at and go from there. I want my entire oil area up, like, basically good to go. Like, I really am aiming to get this done in the next 4 months. Well, actually, it's April 1st, so actually 2 months. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen now, is it? You hear about Eddie. I tagged you in Discord when I heard about it. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks, but hey, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do, man? Can you hire more workers? If I get more trucks to the borders, sure. There's plenty of people want to work. That's what my trucks are doing. See the buses? They're getting us to the border. That damn snow. Well, when you think you got it figured, you're wrong. Yeah, the world ain't what it seems, is it, Gunny? That's how a conspiracy works. Turn one target into 4. Leveled an entire city block. Yeah, can we trade? That's funny. You know, we have our plow set up pretty good, so that's yeah, it's actually not bad. That guy's delivering steel for that oil pipeline. Good. Pumps do be pumping though. Like I said, we're making about $9,000 a month. If I wasn't building so much right now, we could actually make some cash here. I mean, but we are exporting oil, which is good, but I'm really trying to get this all done. I don't think we're going to be able to get it done by April 1st. At least one tank would be really nice, so I could at least have one spot where the trucks can go so they don't have to drive all the way to the pumps. You do have your gravel mine marked out, the main aggregate yard near coal. Yeah, I started it right there. A processing plant. I don't know if it's gonna fit. To be honest with you, I don't know if that's gonna fit. Might not. Especially if we want a scalable array. But we'd have to do the calculations out. I might be able to fit it all in here. I might need to weasel this road over here. Like what we did right there. Might have to do something like that, but that's okay. Oh, nice, Tessa. A lot of snow. 2. 2F. It's well into the negatives in Celsius. EJ versus Winter, I've waited many months for this. I was thinking, Andrew, a smaller gravel mine, though, like over here, somewhere that's a little bit closer to the city than all the way over there. Like, that's what I mean. The main, like, big gravel supply over here, that's some mid-game. This is all mid-game stuff over here. Like, big mid-game stuff. So, once again, after a year goes by in game, we'll pause, figure out like what the next plan of attack is and go. But I think we have enough here to really execute for the first couple of years in game. Things moving? What is this? An overused joke is the end of that sentence. Got them. Well, you ain't the only one making that joke today. Okay, just got in front of everybody, yeah. As one does. $500. Nah, Willie, they're just giving me crap, dude. It's all good. Just because they dish it out, don't think you ain't gonna get it right back. You know what I'm saying? 500? You want 500 Dara? Did you like the F1 race? I didn't watch it live, Mihai, but, no. No. The rain screwed us. Screwed Ferrari pretty bad. But, you know, Ferrari strat's gonna Ferrari strats. What do you want? I saw it live. It was at 6 a.m. on a Sunday, ... It was at like 1 a.m. for me. Or no, I don't know. It's in the morning sometime. Anyway. That F1 was one of the most fun races I've seen. Lots of strategy, seeing how the cars are for this year. Yeah, that's cool. Neat. Almost got a tank. sending too much to this border. Hey, drummer. What's up, buddy? I was just about to say, all right, I got all my roads are plowed. Just... Okay. Ah. Okay, so the first thing we need here is the dumper depot. You guys remember Mixer? Yeah, me neither. Oh! Okay. So this isn't a mixer. This small depot is going to be a hauling depot. And you go over here, deliver mechanisms. There. That way that guy's just used for mat hauling. Okay. What extra vehicles do we have down here? Okay, you load onto there, you load onto there. You guys go here for now. That place is almost finished. Substation is almost up. Switch is almost up. The labor costs are what's killing me. Or not killing me. What's getting me right now. I was gonna say, don't work on that substation just yet. This one is much higher priority. There. Yo, this is random, but I've been thinking about camping at Boca Chica with my dog and some friends to see a Starship launch. Do you know if the campsites around there have good views? Isla Blanca Park. Yes. There's a campsite, dude. There's a campsite on South Padre Island. Isla Blanca Park. It's a good campground. Pretty cool. Yeah. Plenty of places to watch. It costs money to get in there, but you got the beach, got a bunch of good stuff. I do believe there's also a water park there, but I've never seen anybody using that water park ever in the times that I've been there. But then again, I've only been there in January and February, so take that for what it's worth. There's also another campground over here. I don't know the name of that one, but it exists. There's the aerostat. There's the aerostat pad. Well, the aerostat pad. There's also places in Port Isabel, too. There's places around here, but I don't know where they are. Das told me about them, but I don't know where they are off the top of my head. I think that this is a campground and launch viewing area, too. I think. The old causeway. but I don't know for sure. Rocket Ranch is a campground. Also, Phil, Rocket Ranch is a campground. Just talk to them. Rocket Ranch is pretty sick. It's right there. That's where I fixed Jack's Jeep. That absolutely is a campground. That's like go pitch a tent campground type of campground, which is actually super cool. It's this area right here. That has a pretty dang good view. The Rocket Ranch outpost, the Rocket Ranch viewing site is over here somewhere. It's one of these plots. I just don't know which one off the top of my head. Yeah, talk to the guys at Rocket Ranch, dude. They're cool. Tell them NSF sent you. Seriously. Just name drop NSF. Be like, yo, I heard from NSF. I heard from EJ at NSF about this. But yeah, the Rocket Ranch viewing spot is a little bit pricey when you go. It's a little pricey if you choose to do it. I think it's like $200 or something. I don't remember off the top of my head, but also at the same time, 6 kilometers away, 4 miles. That's the closest spot. You're not getting closer to a Starship launch than that. That is closer than where I watch the launches from on SPI. It's loud. It gets absurdly loud. Yeah, 4 miles away from a Starship launch is loud. No pad B in that view. That's right, yeah. Okay. I've had the game unpaused and it feels dirty doing that. February 7th. How's the tank coming along? Just 2.3 tons of mechanical components and we're set to jet. I watch from the Margaritaville Hotel. That's where I host the NSF casts from, Hooded. Excuse me. That's where I host the NSF casts from. 6 miles. It's 6 miles away. It's 5.9 something or other. It is insanely loud from 6 miles away. Keep in mind that all of these viewing sites are closer than anywhere you can get at Kennedy. Like, just some perspective there, if you will. Like, if you're not badged, the closest you're gonna get at like Kennedy Space Center is like probably about 6. Yeah, 4 miles away is absurd. That is, dude, that is very close for a super heavy launch vehicle. Like, very close. We unpaused last night, it's me, but yeah, we started building out oil. Well, as long as everybody's cool, Dons, they should be fine. Don't screw it up. Start getting that fire station up and running. Do you play with fires? Yes. That was an interesting time to ask that, Anpu. It wouldn't hurt to ask, King. Can you walk me through the construction projects occurring right now? Over here, I have construction working on the right-of-way to the town. So this is basically preparing for the next phase of building. The main thing going on is over here. Over here, I have oil getting... we're exporting oil right now. I have the pump jacks going. I built the pump jacks first, and we are exporting trucks to the tune of about 550. Actually, oil's going up. Good. Yay! Good. We're making money off of it. We're making about 10 grand a month off of oil, which is great. And we'll make more once the Oilopov Storage 5 is up, because then I can stockpile it. We can spend more time pumping, pump more crude, and then the trucks don't have to drive all the way over there. So Jigsy, this is an early game build. Over here is prepping for early or late early game, because I need to get clothes up. So we're building all the roads to the clothes areas. And I'm also working on starting to build out the interchanges and whatnot. Cool. We have we can get rid of that empty construction office. We'll build that out later. Cool. I have an extra bulldozer. Move the bulldozer to that construction office. There we go. Good. I always want to research geology and find oil deposits, where after watching you use the pump jacks, you'll be doing that. Dude, that's a better way to do it. Almost got the hauling depot up. Yeah, believe it or not, construction labor is what's getting me right now. I might put down a construction office here. For just construction labor. Assign construction office to group 1. And buy more vehicles. Or more trucks. I mean, at that point, the border is probably what's going to be a big problem. But it's okay. Meanwhile, over here, we're building out the 3 pump jacks to the first switch. And then building it over here to get that other tank good. It's good. We're, like, once again, by April 1st, I'm not entirely sure we'll have oil totally up and running, which means we'd be running a little behind my schedule that I want to keep, but it's okay. Second depot's up. Okay, so this I want to be a hauling depot. So hauling could be for material hauling, but it can also be for it can also be for moving around mats. So you guys go there. Let's just tell all the vehicles to go there. And so hauling mats and hauling equipment. Had to bury the dog last week, so that was a bit rough. But did manage to see your replay. Splashdown of Crew 9 was a fun watch. Great explanations. Thanks, man. I'm sorry about your dog, dude. I've been there. That ain't fun, man. Yeah, my condolences, dude. Dude, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It was old age, but still tough. You got the most amount of time you could with your boy. That's fine. But yeah, it still sucks, man. But it'll be alright. You know. It'll be alright. You should join the Raptor side? I'm doing my own space news in another couple hours. I basically do a Raptor side chat every day. Starship will rise tomorrow. Bet your booster it'll rise tomorrow. Alright, cool. Bet your first stage booster tomorrow. Are we breaking out into song now, or? I got something in my pocket for you. What does not plowing the roads do? Look, Blue. Look at how slow everything moves. They don't drive fast on a road that's not plowed. That's, yeah, really, really important. So we have 3 bulldozers, an excavator. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hauling vehicles. I have 1 crane. Okay. Get rid of that, get rid of that. I'm gonna get another set of dump trucks. We'll get, we won't use the BZs. We'll get, well, yeah, the BZs are expensive. Get 4 Tatras. That's fine. How many covered? I have 1 covered truck. Covered trucks only use, in terms of construction mats, they only move mechanical and electrical components. That's about it. So, yeah, I usually don't carry a lot of covered trucks. I just, yeah, it's not really worth it. Okay, so nothing in that construction depot. I'm getting rid of the ones that we're not using. And get rid of that road depot too. I just want to see something just on a side note. Wait, what are these guys doing? No, 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 stop. Don't build those yet. Oh, that's not great. I forgot to take them off auto search. Now they're, yeah, trying to build all this stuff that I don't want. Or I don't need it right now. That's good that they got construction started on it, but that's not what we want. They also started building the road that we don't have any paving equipment to build. So, you know, build those. That, and that. Yeah, the auto search. Forgot about the auto wash. Auto wash. Alright, the substation is up and running. Now the fuel over here, I want you to drop off fuel there and there. So we don't have them all driving to the damn fuel depot and bum rushing it and getting stuck. Okay, so... Oh, there's the Raptor side chat. So, I know I just got rid of those construction depots here, but I am going to rebuild them. You know, I like to keep it clean job site, even if it means like just rebuilding it right away. So I want this one. Get rid of the frigging auto search. We're gonna add that into group 2, right there, and then this one, I want paving equipment. So we need an asphalt paver and a roller. 1, 2. I should absolutely have told them to not do that, but whatever. Oh, snow melt. Nice. Now they're going to drive down here, and then they're going to be looking for fuel. Which sucks, but it's okay. For my opinion, a good way is to destroy some streets. Oh, yeah. Yep. Hey! Nice. Alright, so this distro... delete all connections. We'll redo them. So we want to load, crude, unload, crude at border, and that's it. And then for this distro as well, get rid of all the pump jacks. And also unload. Or, no. Load, oil, unload. Okay, cool. So now my trucks won't drive all the way over there. So we should get a better throughput here, because the trucks have less distance, technically, to cover here. And then what I'm going to do, guys, is in the wintertime, I'm going to tell the distros to stop. We'll tell them to not do that. So we got spring, which is good. So start really making this stuff. There we go. Why stop? The trucks. So we don't, well, the snow, I could basically tell them to not plow it, but yeah. Is auto search still checked? Auto search is checked, Andrew, but it's checked for reconstruction and building maintenance. That's something you don't want to manually detect, because you'd have to click on a building and then see it's building maintenance, etc., etc. That is better left to auto search. Okay, now that our oil is gone, getting going, we got to safeguard our investment. So, putting the fire station in. Almost like you have experience there. Yeah! Probably jamming up that border right now. These guys all started hauling materials to build the stupid railroad construction depot. Oh, man. Jeez. Do you want to add the jacks that don't have storage tank to distro? Yeah. Hey, Rig. What have you missed? I started a new republic, dude. And I planned everything out before I started, and now we're building it. They're random cryo, yeah. I have a theory that the game sets fires in places where it knows you don't have fire protection, but... you know, I'll put my tinfoil hat down. Okay, so... now that that's all up and running, we're taking number 2 here, and I'm going to have them build that bridge. That's what they need to work on. Can the fuel supply trucks be part of distribution and set only to go to the border when a station needs a full truckload? That's basically how they're set, Gaw. They'll only pull from the pump when there's enough to fill up the entire truck. This is not... yeah, that's not great, but it's okay. Dangaroni!
Go and throttle up.
Alright, now that we have a little more capacity here, we can start building that. They should be working on the bridge, and they're working on a ton of unfinished roads. Okay, I assigned them to do that. That's fine. I assigned them to do all that. That's fine as well. Cool. New vehicle type. Oh, the B1000. The thing that's the size of a freaking mid-sized van with a lawnmower engine for a drivetrain. Lovely. A 2-stroke lawnmower engine, might I add. The Binford 1000. What a glorious land of wonders. The level of pre-planning is beautiful. I'm a bit worried about the and forgot to carry the 2-esque situations, though. That's why in a month in-game, I'm going to pause again, and we'll just not audit ourselves, but we'll figure out where we're at. And I'll make you boss of shoe factory. Very nice. On track for April. I wanted to get all this done by April, but we're gonna fall short. I'm gonna get a good deal of it done, which is nice. Why'd build the second and third storage before the loading station? Why not? I may have even gotten Dacia Riglet. Fast loading is more income. That was more of me just trying to get this whole thing built, but yeah, I suppose prioritizing that is not the worst idea. In fact, you know, let's do it. Do it. Get her done. Metric, you've been here for a lot of the workers and resources streams, but still don't know where the very nice great success comes from. It's from Borat. I mean, like I said, this may just be me coping, but, you know, I wanted oil up and running by April 61, and we are exporting oil. We're actually profitable this month? Question? Cool. Where does the... You know what I'm saying? That's from Trailer Park Boys. You know what I'm saying? No, you know what I'm saying? The microphone assassin. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I started saying it during the day. It's fun. You. Girls, you know what I'm saying? Rocket, Barb! Rocket! Slower, Barb! Slower! Hey, Starlight, what's going on? All right, dudes, we are doing actually pretty good here. And we got our paving paraphernalia up and running too. Good. Doesn't take rocket appliances. Yeah, rocket appliances. You know, invented by NASA. You don't own space. NASA does. That's NASA. Show's so goofy. Can there be channel points for a Trailer Park Boys quote? Oh no. 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 No, I don't want to do that. You need more channel point. So what I could have done better here is don't even build the second side, just focus all construction on this stuff over here. But I thought like getting the pump jacks going would be better. But yeah. Some great trains here in Bangor. Dude, I haven't watched Trailer Park Boys in a long, long time, Rig. So I think it might deserve a rewatch soon. No space. NASA does. That's NASA. All right. But if you give us way more ways to spend channel points, then we won't hit you with ad times as often. It's a good point. Yeah, oil, you just pump it. You just pump it. You don't, yeah, that's why it's good for early game. It's not the most profitable, you know, with the crude, but yeah, it does make you money. We're making about 10 G's a month right now, which is great. That's really good. Geek retrieved ad time. All right, roll. Enjoy your stupid ads. Tell me when they're over. And one thing you're gonna need a stupid freaking rope for. Yeah, if you export a lot of oil, the price goes down. But you got to export a lot of it. We're talking like thousands of tons. I want to retool the efforts from these construction depots. I'd like to retool them for the fire station and the rest of the tanks in the offloading depot. Having the pump jacks up here is good, but we need the pump jacks. Yeah, we need them going in here. Gotta be working on stuff like that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hippie Cowboy, 6-month resub. Thank you. You got some psychological issues going on in my brain compartment. There we go. Really just focus on building out that stuff and the fire station. The steel costs are what's getting me. Not by much, though. That's actually not bad. Why so much storage for crude? You're gonna export. This is so I can stockpile it, Willie. I have these buffer tanks so we can always be pumping. We can always be pumping, but if for whatever reason I don't want to sell it, we can just sit on a bunch of crude, which is good. Okay. Nice. This is coming along pretty good, dudes. What I need now is to start working on the gravel right away to the bus station. Basically all of that. So go to construction 2, there, there, and there. Start working on that, and then we'll have them eventually go that way. What I really want is for them to finish this thing. Okay. The good thing is that I think we have enough vehicles. There's enough construction vehicles to really put a good dent in this. And that's what we're going to need to do. You know what? I don't want them pulling from these pump jacks. Straight pull from the oil fuel storage, and that's it. It's a shorter trip. Make more money that way. Second tank is done. Did they change it so that resources run out? Do the pump jacks run dry? They do not. At least I don't think they do. Are you going to use foreign labor for the clothing factories to start? You know what, Andrew? That's a good question. When we get to the pause point, dude... Actually, you know what? I think we're kind of hands-off right now. I think we're good. Just hang on. Where the hell's my excavator? Hold on. Where are you? What are you doing? What? I assigned the wrong vehicles. I assigned the wrong construction depots to the wrong things, and now stuff is not getting done. The Gorzen stuff should not be assigned here. That. It's my one excavator. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna have him return home. Oh, I assigned them to the wrong pipelines. That was a mess up. EJ found the pause button. Or was it the unpause button? No, no, no. This is high priority. Move him over there. Wait, yeah, that. Yeah. That was a big mess up on my part, dudes. I mean, it's gonna help me get it is gonna help me get my oil done faster, but did I do it again? I did the same thing again because I've confused my construction depots. That's totally my bad. All right, over here. Construction group 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, Cool. Fire station is up and running. Let's buy them. We just need labor for that, but that means I need a bus depot. See, look, we exported 15 Gs of crude because the trucks aren't driving all the way over here. They can make more trips out of that tank. Absolutely unforeseeable issue. Yeah. Funny. There we go. Now we're cooking. Really wish they didn't put the excavator there. Excavators aren't good at doing the bulldozer's job. But whatever. Can you summarize what's being done? Started building out oil to get some early profits to offset my construction costs. They're filling Pad A's water storage up. Oh. Cool. 14-1 static fire soon? Maybe. 1 is the oil crew, 2 is main border, yeah. I screwed up. The Gorzen stuff is over here. You know what? Don't do that. Get that tank finished. And yeah, focus on the pipelines there. So, why? Oh, it's just one BZ-252. Cool. Alright, so I have extra dump trucks in the meantime, so what I'm gonna do is go to 1 and start filling these roads in with gravel, so we can, yeah, keeping them dirt was a big no-no. So what I'm trying to do is get my this terminal up. This terminal will allow trucks to load faster. And if they load faster, we can move more oil quicker. Press any key to continue. Where's the any key? Oh, where's the any key? Kind of hoping we can get the rest of these pipes and everything all done by the 1st, but I don't think so. It's good to know though that we're pretty much halfway set up, which is nice. How we doing back over here? They're belting out gravel like crazy. Okay. 2. Good, good, good. What's idle? We have dump trucks that are idle. So let's work on the right of way then. That's 1. No, 2 is Gorzen. That's the right one. For whatever reason, my brain keeps telling me that this is Construction Depot 1 and that's 2, and I have no idea why. I did it reversed. I'm the one that did it, so.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Uno Trezi! 11-month resub. Thank you. I'm wondering why a bulldozer is traveling down the road like that, but... Almost a year in. Yeah, it's gotta be for fuel, but I don't know why, because you're supposed to fuel up there. Okay. Gorzen, labor. Start getting these roads. Good to go. I want to get the roads figured out, get electrical, and then get plumbing and sewage set up. So actually, if we're doing sewage, we need a road that goes over there too. So... Does it refuel at the depot if it's transported on a flatbed? Not sure. One more day, and then we hit Paus. Dude, it's crazy. Telling the trucks to just pull straight from the tank doubled my oil output per month. That's actually pretty crazy. We're doing pretty good. Things are coming along, Peg. Yeah, they're doing pretty decent, man. Okay, almost pause time. Yeah, Gujar, I'm pretty happy with what's going on here. April 1st. Okay. We are behind what I wanted. Not by much, though. I wanted this bridge built and that bridge built. Didn't get that done in time. What we did get done is the roadway into the next phase, which is great. We got the roads. We're starting to build the roads into the city. So we did start over here. We did not get that done. The reason why I need to get this done is so we could potentially pull vehicles and resources from the NATO border over there. That's really important because that opens up another 700 Gs. Effectively doubling my money at this point. We want that. So we got to do that. That's priority over here. That and getting these roads done. So let's save. Save as. Yakograd 60 to 61. Save as. Create new save. $61 to $62. All right. More construction depots. Alex, the biggest cost that I've incurred is about 500,000 rubles on trucks. Vehicle procurement was really what cost me the most amount of money. If we look at the total amount of resources that we've got, I started with 1.4 million, right? We've imported 268,598 rubles of material. That's mats and power, right? We have 600 grand. So I had started out with 1.4. We've used 268 of that 1.4. So here, let me show you. So we started out with 1.4. So we started with that. Minus 268,598. So 1.1, right? Minus all the resources. But we have 604. So minus 604,570. We've spent 500,000 on vehicles. That's been my biggest cost, buying all the trucks. We don't have to do that anymore. I have enough construction vehicles here to build the city. We just got to build the depots for them. Believe it or not, trucks is the money sink. That's what I've spent the most on, but we shouldn't have to do that. Shouldn't have to do that much. I did lose a little bit on the landscaping that wasn't free, Sig, but that still doesn't change. That was an inconsequential amount, maybe 25 Gs at best, right? So did we fix the great ravioli shortage? Yeah, of course. This planning is so good they'll build a statue of you in the middle of the town and even give you some extra bulge, like a rogue elephant. Oh boy, looking good. Honestly, doing better than I thought you'd get after year one. Yeah, once again, I wanted to get all of this done by now. We've gotten most, well, I'd say maybe about 2/3 of it done. The money making stuff is already up, which is great. That's really good. And if I'm looking at this right, 3 trucks exporting off of 1 tank are getting me about 20 Gs. If we do that over here, these pumps are producing more. So if I use the road depot and start making a line for trucks. So we're not just using 3 for distro, right? We should be basically offsetting the cost of construction, because once again, construction mats aren't that bad. We spent 268 grand over 12 months, right? So, like, go ahead and take a look here. Let's take a look. So, importer resources, all. So over the last year, we've imported 265,876 to build all the stuff here. So I think it's reasonable to kind of surmise that that's more or less what we're going to be spending building out the city and all the infrastructure there. Probably a little bit more. We have 600 grand on hand. That's great, which means we should have enough to build everything here. Maybe even double that. We still have enough, but we also got to take into account that we're pulling in 20 G's a month. So if we're pulling in 20 G's and then we actually do finish this oil, right? And let's just say theoretically that we double it. So we're pulling in 40 grand a month, right? So, right, 40,000 times 12. We're a little bit behind, but I'd say we're doing just fine. Yeah, we are doing just fine. What's killing me on cost right now is the high upfront cost of buying all the trucks. That's what's getting me. But we don't need to buy more trucks. And it's going to be a while before these trucks need to be maintained. Guys, I am pretty good to keep going. Any objections? Seaman, you've been following me for a while now. Would you say this is one of the more thorough city builders out there? It's the best city builder on the market, and the learning curve is the straight Grand Canyon, dude. Keep going. Andrew, you're good over in the YouTube chat? Keep going, keep going, keep going. All right, so what's the plan for the next year? So, obviously, we're going to finish the oil, right? And we need to finish the bridges. Those are important. But I'm going to keep going with building the roads. We need to get all the roads built here, because if we're doing construction on any one of these buildings, getting the roads to them is really important. Because of moving construction stuff around during the winter, etc., etc. So at the very least, I want all this graveled out. Paving would be ideal, but I don't have the paving infrastructure, and I don't think we can spend money right now on buying more paving equipment. We gotta wait on the oil. So what I'm really gonna start to do now is what I really wanted to have oil done, so I could take all these construction vehicles over here, and we could build another construction depot. We could build construction depots over here, right? Build another set over here for all of my trucks from this project and this project to start working on the city. Once again, we're a little bit behind. I wanted to be at that point right now, but we'll have to give it another year. So, by 62, by April of 62, what I think we need is, I absolutely need these bridges done and a good road to Ilios over there. Right? We need that done. I need construction depots over here absolutely figured out. And I really, really want principal construction on some of, on, let's say, utilities. Water and sewage done by April 62. Also, yeah, Andrew, the clothing factory should get at least started. So I think we should keep going. We're just a little behind. That's all. All right, I'm unpausing. We're good. Yeah, audio. After this year, getting gravel production up is good. The congestion is the only downside to importing gravel. It's cheaper, at least in the early game. It's cheaper, and it's not as much resources. Once again, we have the construction trucks to build. We have the construction trucks to build, and we have the construction trucks to build and be positive. Look, we're actually turning a profit right now. Getting that bridge built is priority one, though. I know inflation is a thing in workers, but I can't seem to find out how much. Average I read is around 2.6 per year, but then again, this is also dependent on global events. It's random, King Kitten. The market is random every time you play. Not predictable at all. Which is sick. Behind schedule and over budget. Believe it or not, Audio, I'm not really over budget. We're not bankrupt, so I'm not over budget. We're just behind. And once again, yeah, the biggest thing was just getting to the point where I could have a big construction depot. We should be able to build a lot faster. The market also reacts to what you're buying and selling. You can inflate and deflate prices of things. Just joking, really. You're doing well. I was gonna say, man, I know the joke, but I swear that's not what's going on. Construction office 1, signed. On office 1, pave that. Or not pave it, gravel it. So why are we not building faster? We can build faster now, dude. What this depot really needs to work on is getting all the roads graveled here at the very least. And the connection over there is going to be big too. But the good thing is that, look, turning profit, man. The further we get in and the less vehicles we import, right? I have all the vehicles that I need. Now it's just keeping them fueled. But exporting crude should more or less offset our fueling costs. And then some. Yeah, we're good. Parked trucks. I know. I'll have the parked trucks in the meantime start graveling out these the paths to all this equipment. Construction office 1. Sign that and assign that. Also, get that one started. Terminal started. Crude oil rules. Thanks a lot, Crude Oil. Nice meeting ya. The other mistake that I made is that these pump jacks are on a 50 deposit, a 42, and a 41. I only made these ones because they're actually closer. These ones is on a 54, a 74, and a 70. These are the ones that can pump the fastest. So it probably would have been better to take that into account. Get that excavator sitting in the corner, load near fueling station working. Excavator? Where? Main highway at the intersection. Oh. Those things. Do I have space for them? I have space for the excavator. That's what I use for the terraforming. Yeah, you know what? Send that dude down here. Actually, you know what would be even better idea? Go here. Send that guy to home. Tell him to go over here. Hey, where are you going? Alright, just have him go there and pick up the excavator. Yeah, we could use that. We could also use... Well, I'll leave those ones out there because we're most likely to move terrain around here. We're not very likely to move it over here. You could maybe place a few more pump jacks even down into the 20s. How long have you been playing on this save? This is the 20th episode for this save. Average episode time is like, I don't know, 4 to 6 hours. So you got, I don't know, probably 120 hours in this save. Cool. Pipes are up. There's the mechanical components for that. We also got to get people. I think I have 2 extra buses here. I want you going right there. Okay, after this guy drops off people... I want to use these 2 buses to bring firemen in. I'm partially watching your big planning this game. Yes, I sentence good too much more play game. Okay, so we're gonna go over here. We need people for this fire station, just in case. So this is gonna be a Warsaw Pact border connection. So Warsaw Pact, this is Oilov. Oilopov, that's what I named it. Oilopov. Oilopov fire labor. Save changes. So set a new stop at the border. We want to load and then unload at the fire station. Check. Set line to those 2 vehicles. Now we want them to only load workers. We don't want them to load anything else. Cool. Alright, so tell them to start driving. And those guys will take people to work in the fire station. So now the fire station will be manned. That will cost me money, but also something burning down will also cost me money. So, you don't want to do that. Don't forget the infamous quote by Lenin, "I am the walrus." Cuckoo cuckoo. Wait, no, that's a different Lenin. No, it's got to be your bowl. Do you have power at the second depot for fuel? Yeah, of course. I rewired the telephone poles. Power poles. Alright, this truck should be here, so Load. Can we load the bulldozer too? Nope. Alright, cool. You go back over here. It said that substation didn't have power. It would help if I turned the power on. Yeah. Yeah, it would help. It would absolutely help if I turned the damn power on. Yeah, no wonder. They were all driving down there for fuel because... Epidemic situation. We have observed dangerous acute symptoms and severe cases of this infection. No one lives here. I don't know, but I don't even have a hospital. I don't know how you told me that, nurse, but alright. Do I have fire trucks? Yes, can I do. I'm gonna have them space out. Don't feel like construction office. Yeah, was assigning it. It was assigned by distro. My distribution office, I told that guy to move fuel there, and he's moving it now, which is great. Have water delivery to the firehouse? What? Is that a thing that you have? Yeah, I suppose where are they going to get the water from, huh? I'm just going to lurk here and enjoy the soothing, sultry sounds of EJ's voice and bass wall for folk music. Send a water truck. Okay. I'm going to... So, guys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to need a water truck, first of all. And probably sewage, if I had to guess, too, huh? Firemen do take dumps. Yeah, that's important. Okay, cool. So, when the loading terminal gets made, I'm gonna move my tanking truck off. Or you know what? You know what? Screw it. Just build another distro. Just build another one. No, technical. It's technical service. I'm an idiot. Water is technical. T138 sewage truck, T138 water truck. Expensive, but there. And then it has waste, so I'm gonna take one of my pre-existing garbage trucks and boom. There we go. Terminal's up. So I'm gonna tell these trucks to stop that and then load there, load crude there instead. And then I'm going to take construction group 1 and have them build the remaining pipes. Now watch, this thing should just be like, build. Way faster. You need a small waste truck to pick up from the fire station. Yeah, unless if I used a big container, yeah. But I didn't. So no garbage truck. Interesting. Just use crude to put out the fire. Okay. Then when these guys are all done, we'll start pulling over here. They have started making those roads there. Started making those roads there. How's the bridge coming along? Sweet. Almost done. Then that's the big one. That's going to take some time to work on. Okay. Fill river with dirt. Fill the river with dirt. I mean, it's not the worst idea. Are we already exporting? Yeah. I want to fill it in with dirt, but that's kind of lame. I'll just do it. It's not a big deal. But you know what we're going to do? I'm not going to make it... We'll make it out of sticks. Seriously, wooden bridge. It's better than nothing, and it doesn't cost nearly as much. The wood bridge is incredibly slow. That's okay. I'm going to build a bigger bridge over here. I already have it planned. And we'll build a better connection later when we need a better connection. I know it's slow. That is not the end all be all bridge though, Sig. Cool. We're past Yuri Gagarin's first flight. That was April 12th, 1961. We're almost to Alan Shepard MR2 flight. Mercury Redstone. Global market report. Iron is going down. Again? Good. Go down. Makes steel costs not nearly as much. Import iron into a free open space. If the steel price goes down enough, I'll put up a steel storage. How's production at the other jacks? Way higher. Once we get this thing up and running, be making some cash. You know, just use one tank for now. Glory to a striker. Alright, construction 1. We got a lot of idling vehicles, so reinitiate construction on this stuff. That should be enough to keep them busy for a little while. How's the roads? Good. Construction 2. Tell them to make that. They got the road underpass almost pretty much made. Good. The bridge should be pretty much finished. Really annoying that that guy didn't haul the roller that's actually right there that I bought specifically for paving this. there, but, you know, hey, whatever. JG, the Canadian Transportation Safety Board just released a preliminary report on the CRJ crash at Toronto Pearson. Power idle at 150 feet, descent rate 1200 FPM at 50 above ground level. 3.8 G impact. That man, that's almost enough. 3.8 G impact. That's almost enough to break the wing. Whoops. Didn't flare. Power idle at 150. I mean, I don't know the exact like requirements for the plane, but you're supposed to usually, you know, flare there. That's power stays in until about 15 feet off the ground. Yeah, that's Jigsy. I didn't want to say anything just in case I got it wrong, but that's not great. I know you power idle, but you do that like I wasn't sure if it was 150 or 100 or whatever. I was worried about this. Not a stable approach, should have been a go around. Nodders. What's up, Willord? EMH,
Discovery,
2-month
go and
resub.
throttle
How
up.
you doing? Wait, I just noticed. It's unpaused. Mm-hmm. Production office 1, assign there. What I'm generally doing is just graveling. I'm gonna gravel all the roads to the pumps because dirt roads to your pumps, which are generally spread apart a lot, is a good way to make fires happen. No gravy train? What do you mean, King Kitten? We're exporting oil. Are you going to use a pipeline for export or tank trucks this time? Well, you have to research foreign pipeline connections, so I couldn't do that. I would do that if we had pipeline connections. I would just run a pipe right there and just pump the crude right out. Pogo, you don't know, man. You flew that same system. You flew that system that same night. It was not fun. Really, Pogo. That's why I feel involved. At least they can tell the story. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. They had wind shear overspeed them on approach, and the reaction was to chop and drop, force the landing after the approach became unstable. They should have aborted the landing and gone around at the moment they decided to go idle. Yeah, I agree, Jigsy. You're pretty much right. There's no point. There's no point in trying to land if you're pulling the throttle back anywhere, like right above the runway. That's just, yeah, I don't know why you'd do that. And we know that the plane was out of limits too. Out of limits, contaminated runway. Like, that's just why try to land it? Don't do that. You're gonna crash. Case in point. The bridge works. Bridge over our future train tracks. Oh, using the trains. I can't afford trains right now. That's why. We're about 900 grand in the hole right now. Not in the hole. Like, we're not in debt. But I started with 1.4. We have 552. I need to make more profit. We need to make more money so we can subsidize the train. What more money means is basically getting all this side figured out, because these pumps produce a lot more. When you get a little bit more into profit, trains for hauling oil is very efficient. Oh, believe me, it's on my mind, dude. That's why I ran train tracks out here. It's on my mind. Don't you worry. I believe in you. Thank you. Sorry, I needed to check something. Guys, I'm just looking at, like, making the, you know, placing down these roads. I'm wondering if it's profitable to put brakes in the roads. So, make the road segments the length of one BZ-252. So, lay 24 tons of gravel, like, make the road as long as it as 24 tons of gravel is. You understand? So, like, at a certain length, right? Like, at a certain length, it's going to cost you, like, how much is that going to cost? That's going to cost 38. If we broke up the road and laid it in segments of 24 tons, it would take 1 truckload instead of 1.5. Just a thought. I'm wondering if that's going to be more efficient on the timeline. Yeah, you minimize border trips that way. Like, what's the length of a road, though? About 200 feet. 200 feet of gravel is 1 truckload. But then again, it's still the same amount, like, same amount either way. Something to think about. 12 months in and you're doing well. Yep. We've actually had a couple of months where we're profitable, which is pretty sweet. I'm wondering if that steel price went down. Yep. It did, by proxy. Great. Perfect. That's going to be really good for me. They also got a sync rate annunciation at 50 feet and didn't go around. Jigsy, I'm not a pilot. I don't know much about airplanes. Whoever was flying that aircraft better have a really good explanation for what's going on, because, dude, once again, I'm not a pilot, but I know, I know enough about this stuff. You're basically breaking every rule in the book. Like, from what you just told me, there's 3 or 4 red flags there to land, and they ignored every single one of them and then tried to touch the plane down anyway. So, I'd be really curious what the freaking emergency was here to do that. You really, unless it's like, you gotta get this plane on the ground now. Like, it is imperative, like somebody's in cardiac arrest or something. You know, like, don't know. They took airline SOP and tossed it out the window. No emergency declared. Who was flying this thing, dude? What? This person knows nothing about airplanes. Like, experience is going down real fast, and that elastic has been taut for a long time and is about to go snap. Uh-oh. Okay, I'll be driving down to Boca for all of my next trips, Pogo, unless you guys want to fly me personally. There's somebody I know that doesn't have their head up their culo. Because, dude, like, I don't know enough about planes. I wouldn't have tried to land a plane in that condition. Maybe if I was flying the plane myself, then maybe. But you got 100 souls on board. It's not your decision. Well, I mean, it is the pilot's decision. But, just because you want to get there, that's You got to take that into account, and I'm not sure if that was taken into account here, you know? Yeah, Andrew, this just sound like we shouldn't jump to conclusions, but the more and more I listen to this, what Jigsy was telling me from the official accident investigation, this is a colossal screw up. Like, you should be fired. Screw up. Like, you should not be allowed near an airplane. Screw up. Like, how did this person get type rated for this plane and not know any of this? That's very interesting. Like, how'd you get type rated for a CRJ 700 and you have no idea how to fly it? Target fixation has done this in the past and it'll do it again in the future. It's a known factor. This I would lay on the airline and their training practices and work environment. As we know, that's what causes it. If the report focuses on the pilots rather than the airline, I know they're scapegoating. Yeah, but Aqualux, you could look at how many other times this airline has tried to land planes. Like, how many... What was it, like American Eagle or something? Yeah, I'm not sure if that's, the end-all, be-all, you know? It's not focusing on the pilots or reporting facts in the aircraft reporting systems. Look, man. It's the pilots. Like I just said, it's not your decision, but it's not your decision taking into account to force a landing. The pilot at the end of the day has, command over the airplane, right? And it could be their decision to land it or to not, right? But the buck stops there. Like, yeah, improper training, yeah, and that could be on the airline, but yeah, this improper training is gonna have you land a plane outside of its limits. That makes no sense. Thank God nobody got hurt. But yeah, I mean, my mind's this sounds like pilot error to me, dudes. But what do I know? I would say because nobody died, yeah. You know what, Aqualix, now that I'm thinking about it, because nobody died, it's probably the airline's fault. Yeah, I mean, if someone had passed away, the pilot, I don't know, man. Either way, I'm just happy everybody was safe. But you shouldn't force landings like that, dudes. Really shouldn't. Never, ever do that. That's not like... It's not even like, you can't even, like, you shouldn't chalk that one up to improper landing. Like, this is, or like improper training. Like, you go around is like, like flying an airplane 101. Alright. But work environment erodes that. You seem really sure for knowing information that none of us are privy to, dude, but alright. Could be either one. Let's just wait and see. Wait and see what happens. All right, so May of 61. I'm working on... Yeah, we got to get the rest of these pipes figured out. Obviously, it was Bigfoot. You know what? I told them to make all this stuff. I honestly am starting to think that I can micro this a lot faster if we do it like one by one. Yeah, I mean, Aqualix, you seem really sure for someone that doesn't know what happened. Like, I don't know, dude. Could be one, could be the other. My gut's telling me that, I don't know, maybe, yeah, schedule pressure and all that stuff, sure, but... Yeah, you know what? I don't want to talk about this no more. We don't know what's going on, so discussing anything at this point is just speculation, so... I'm good. I have to stay focused. How many tankers are in crude export? I have 3 working these pumps right now. I really want to get these things up. Like, we got to finish this. These pumps produce a lot more. I could put more trucks on this thing, and we could export more. Interesting, Pogo. Yep. Cool. Pizza party for the workers. I'll be right back. I'm gonna close the door. It's getting cold in here. All right. How's Titan? Titan is fine. I played with him this morning. He really is all about that dang chewy ball that he has. Or the chuck it ball, that's what it's called. Alright, how's the road construction going over here? Oh, excellent. Construction 2, right there. Good. This is great. That's all of that for that side. They're gonna need to, we need gravel around the water depot as well. Alright, so Gorzen, we need there. They should probably do at least to the bus depot. Put the cross right there. I'm just gonna tee this all over to gravel. And we'll have them build it out in segments. Cool. So hit that one, and hit that one. Yeah, good. Spirit just exited bankruptcy. Cool. She just won't die. See, if we're not buying vehicles and we're just focusing on procuring materials and stuff, we're doing okay. I just don't... You know. Hey, the GMMM, the new look bus. MMO2 or whatever it's called. Could an NSF game night with the crew be a thing? If we all found the time. Oh! Oh, dang it. I don't know if I could tell you guys about that. Another NSF crew member has a broken vehicle that I can fix. I can't say who or what. I'd have to ask them and make sure they're cool with it, but also... we could fix lots of vehicle. Very nice! It's not Jack, no. I already fixed his stuff. Is it another American... Hey, watch your language. Nah, fuck, don't worry about it. It's all good. Yeah, really, what I want is to get this other oil infrastructure up. We'll be able to pump more oil and make more than 16 grand a month. We could make way more this way. We're gonna make way more with both of them, but that's, yeah. Okay. Over here, have them start on the bridge. I think we should also start working on the construction depot over here for when we get closer to the city. Cool. We can just connect that road there so they can still have access. But what I want to do is that. Was in construction, set that road there, and then we'll build a few more construction depots here so they can move closer. On a complete topic change, have you heard of Tello? They're a new EV maker making a compact pickup. It uses a mid-partition so you can either have a back seat, passengers, and haul as much as a Tacoma or haul 4x8 sheets, all in the footprint of a Mini. Neat. That's cool. I'm happy to see more people make automobiles. I like automobiles. I don't care what it is. However, with that being said, talk to me when you can scale. Like, that seems to be the name of the game here, Aqualex. Everybody has a bunch of great ideas about EVs, and that's a cool one. That's a really good one. There's no market for a vehicle. There's no market for a buyer for a vehicle like that. I think that's a great idea. Okay. Talk to me when you can scale. Like, Canoe went under the other day, dude. Did you know that? NASA's gonna keep using them, even though they went under. Should've chose Rivian. If you, like, great, you have all these awesome ideas, you're willing to you want to disrupt, like, EV production and all that stuff, that's fine and dandy. If you can scale. Hey, Yum Food. What's up, dude? Too, but if you can't start, you can't scale. Okay. Great. Yeah, sure. I didn't say nothing about starting. I'm confused. Why'd you say that? What does that have to do? I never said don't try. I said when you scale, like, I would be interested to see the business plan, I guess. Do you have a plan to scale? If you don't have a plan to scale, who cares? That doesn't mean don't start. Is that what you got from what I said? Because that's really, really not what I meant, dude. That's not what I meant. Like, at all. Is the local storage full on the higher output jacks? Yes. The higher output jacks, we could pull from them right now. I could tell them to just pull from there. For now, but they'd have to drive further. As I know, we're testing an F-150. The thing's stupid huge and inefficient. It's 6 meters long. Sig, all right, we're just gonna buck this conversation completely. So one, the vehicle's not designed for your market. Two, if somebody wants to buy it in your country, it's none of your fucking business what they're gonna do with it, okay? Third thing, it's not inefficient for what it's trying to do, okay? So let's just put that to bed, right now. I will not tolerate F-150 slander in my chat, and I'm going to time myself out for swearing. Nopers. All right. 553 seems awfully low. What do you mean, Ein? Think about what you just did. Take a nap. I'm back. What's up, Trey? Look, oil infrastructure. Yeah, I don't curse, except when it's warranted. That was warranted. You know, you want to turn your nose up at somebody that wants a pickup truck. Like, you don't know why they want that truck. Now, if they want that truck just to show off, then Sig, I kind of agree with you. But who knows? It could be a farmer, dude. An F-150 is super useful on the farm, just saying. I will not tolerate slander of Ford in this chat. No. I understand, like, you know, those trucks are big for Europeans. I get it. It's because it's not designed for that. But if somebody wants it, there you go. It's there. I rented a truck last week. I had absolutely no practical use for it, but I wanted one, so there. Trucks are superbly useful. King Kitten. That's why I like trucks, because they do things. It's not, you could use it to point A, you could use it point A to point B. But that's why I have a car. Because the car does that specific task more efficiently. That's why I have a car and a truck. It's America. You could have, I have 7 cars, dude. It's fine. Pick one for whatever the application is. Use it where it's most efficient. With that being said, when somebody needs to move a freaking lawnmower or something, truck comes real in handy. Or if I need to move something big back to my house, those 8-foot boxes are mint. Could even use it as a water collector. We did. You remember that? I rented it going from point A to point B, and it was a Tacoma because it could not get an F-150. Tacos they're okay. Yeah, it's a pretty good truck. I mean, you know, you're going to go point A to point B, you want a Highlander. And I'm not even saying that as a Toyota guy. Like, I'm not that big of a Toyota guy. Das is the Toyota guy. He loves those things. That's why the NSF truck is that big old Tundra, which isn't a bad truck, I must say. It's pretty good. Your truck has a 26-foot box? Very nice. Anyway, Sig, sorry for being a jerk. I'm just, you don't like being judgmental like that. Gotta be careful with that in this day and age, dude. I seldom see a pickup unless it's used for landscaping. Most tradespeople use vans. Yeah, I got you. With all that being said, you know, pickup trucks and demographics and stuff, I would drive a K truck. I would drive a K truck. For like going around town? Absolutely. Oh yeah. K trucks are awesome. And I want one. Yeah. They make them in 4x4. That's freaking sick. I don't know if I could fit in one. But, you know. AlphaTauri, where? Oh god. Oh god. Good eyes. Good eyes, Cirrus. That's pretty funny. You would not fit? Yeah, but it's so useful. Is that a 6x6? Alright. It's so damn useful, dude. Look at that. Look at it. It's a Daihatsu. We don't even have those here. I wish I had my 98 S10. S10s and Ford Rangers are the closest we're getting to this. But actually, Massachusetts, where the state that I'm from, guys, just went lax on these things. They originally were like, okay, that's fine. And then people started buying, and they're like, no, it's not safe. And then everybody's like, dude, they're fine. And they were like, all right, dude, look at that thing. It's like a 4x4 golf cart pickup truck. That's sick. I want it. I want one. Can be right-hand drive. I don't care. Those things are so damn cool. I like all pickup trucks, okay? I just like vehicles that are useful. That makes me happy. 25-year import SIG for the United States. It looks so unsafe. You're not gonna go drive that on the damn highway. That's just for tooling around town. Dude, it gets like 50 miles to the gallon, and it's got a motorcycle engine in it, but it's a motorcycle engine that's 4x4. That's cool. That's cool. All right, we're making good progress here. How's the roads coming along? I would drive it on the highway because I saw a turbo version that can hit 70. I would really hope you would mess with the tires at least a little bit, dude. Driving the tires that are on that thing. Okay, Gorzen, we want to go there, 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 and there. Then we want there, there. Cool. Good. We have gravel. All right, I want gravel over here. Do gravel there and gravel there. Assign those constructions. How's the bridge coming along? We have one support. Okay. It will fit in an F-150. Yeah. Dude, I like those things. They're super cool. If you could buy K-trucks right now, I'd consider buying one new, but we can't do that here. Do I have an open free construction depot? I do. Put that one down, add it to the Gorzen depots, like this. Get the thing, for the love of God, off of auto building. Right? And then I'm gonna move. Okay, so I moved up my 4 cement trucks over here, my 4 cement mixers. This is Gorzen Mixer Depot. And I'm gonna purchase 4 more dump trucks. good. K-Truck, but EV. That'd be nice. Suzuki Every Wagon. I'm not paying 20 G's for a box. That's cool. But it's not a K-Truck. It's a van, and it's $20,000. No, thank you. Best I can do is like 4. It's a toaster with wheels. Why is that split like that? Wow, it's a schooner. It's not a schooner, it's a sailboat. Alright. Get construction 1. Have them start building the buildings. Once we get this side up, we can double our income, and we might actually be able to break even on some of these. It has got a gold ring motorcycle. It's bigger engine and wheelbase. Yeah, right, Andrew. Yep. Speaking of practical cars, do they still sell station wagons in the U.S. anymore? They sell Volvos, but they're CX-90s. Or not CX-90s, XC-90s. CX-90 is Mazda. There's XC-90 and CX-90s. Yeah, Volvo sells SUVs. No one sells station wagons anymore, dude. It's stupid, because station wagons are amazing. Now, Sig, I agree with you on that one. That's dumb. Basically, like, when you think about it, dude, every car is just a lifted 5-door hatchback nowadays. It's gross. It's not even a car. Do you have the oil trucks waiting till full? They're not on a line. They're on distro. But this loading depot has actually screwed that all up. That's very interesting. Yeah, I've seen Avants around, Turbo. A crossover SUV is just a car with lifted suspension, guys. That's really what it is. It's just a car. It's just a car with a higher ride height. Thing getting built. Oh yeah. Cool. The road for the next set of construction depots is coming along. Build that wood bridge, you beavers.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah, alright. Oh, no cars are going to jump wrong. Yeah, then. Paul, there's no. My thing with new cars, like, they're not necessarily built poorly. Like, they're well built ish for what it is. Like, it's just all the same. That's like my big thing. It's just all the same. Every manufacturer just makes one type of car, right? That's like, with the exception of like trucks and stuff, right? And vans, right? You don't have cars. You don't have a sedan. You don't have a coupe. You don't have station wagons. You just have this crappy 5-door lifted car that's terrible at being a car and terrible at being a utility vehicle and terrible at being an off-road vehicle. It's just, we managed to make a car crappy 3 ways over. Like, crossover SUVs are not good at anything. They're good at going down the road, which a car is objectively better at. Like, there's just, dude, even like, you know, like, okay, a good example would be Ford and Chevy, right? Like, Ford and Chevy both make trucks. The trucks both use the same damn transmission. So, like, what's the point? Like, it's like, oh yeah, they both have this 10-speed ZF transmission. Like, okay. Nobody needs an SUV. I mean, if somebody wants to buy it, buy it. I'm not saying people shouldn't buy it. I'm just saying, like, that's the best we can do. ZF transmission. I have a ZF in my old truck. Well, it's not bad. I mean, preferred to be a T19, but hey, whatever. Yeah, Kick, I think that's my big thing. It's just all the same. It's all the same nonsense. Like, it's like cars, American cars in the 1970s. They all look exactly the same. You're gonna get a decent ride out of every single one. There's no, it's just a thing. It's just an appliance. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think that speaks to a much bigger societal thing, but I can't tell you which societal thing that is, you know? Crosstreks are cool, Cirrus. You know why they're cool? Because it's different. It's not every other frigging car driving down the road. Even though, ironically, it's like the same shape, but... Like, dude, even a Silverado, an F-150, and a Ram 1500... They all look exactly the same. They're all the exact same size. They all look exactly the same. Some of them even have the same damn transmission in it. It's like, okay. It's also orange. Habanero orange. Good for you. Anyway. I really should get back to focusing on the game, dudes. I'm wondering why this pipe isn't... It took so long to make that particular pipe. Because once this pipe gets up and running, the pumps with much higher capacity will start pumping to that tank. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the trucks go to this tank and start moving oil out of there and then just build up oil over here. Because I noticed we're basically scraping the bottom of the barrel with the 3 trucks. I used to know nothing about Fords, then I found EJ Stream. Yeah, that's my bad. Sorry. There you go, boys. Work on the dang thing. There you go. I know I shouldn't, but I could sit here and watch these guys build this stuff all day. Even though it's just guys hammering some scaffolding. It's still cool. There we go. Cool. Start pulling from that tank. The reason why I want them to do that we dipped below 5,000 or 500 grand. The reason why I want them to do that is because I want to gravel these roads. Cool. This will produce way more oil. What's going on with that? Whatever. Anyway, how's the bridge going? Halfway. Just waiting on people. How about the gravel? Gravel's making good progress. Good, good, good. How big is the learning curve for this game? If you play it on the highest difficulty, the learning curve's about as steep as this hill right here. Like, that part. It's pretty hardcore. That's why I like it, Blue. Like, if you're watching from the YouTube side of things, guys, I don't know if I've ever said this. I play games on the highest difficulty, no exceptions. You play on the highest difficulty. Right? Now, there's a couple of reasons, as long as we're going to get preachy about things and preachy about cars and stuff. I think games are too easy nowadays, to be honest with you. I like games that challenge me. I like games that you can fail at. This does all of those things. This is a tough game to play. And it's a game that I can use to teach people about STEM and stuff on top of that, which is super cool. But yeah, I always play on the highest difficulty. That's fun to watch, you know? Have you played Myst? I never played Myst, no. Didn't miss much. Oh. Stop going over there. Said don't load from over there. Oh, that's the other depot. Okay, I'm gonna have these guys just pull from the tank. There. And then I want those guys pulling from that tank. Theoretically, that should get us a good amount of fuel. Or we should be able to double our exports. I'm gonna put these on there. So what these depots are, I want these depots for cranes, bulldozers, and excavators. Because these depots over here we can use for dump trucks and stuff because they're close to the border because that's where the source of material is, right? But these ones, right, will save fuel by sending these over here. Like, all you gotta do is just haul the truck over there. Like, this is for equipment hauling. Textilorski, because of the clothing industry. I don't know. I can't come up with a good name. How's that bridge coming? Bridge is finished. Excellent. Creep Show, what's up? Bought me a case of Yings because of... Oh, because of me? Yeah, that's my bad. Oh, it's 20 past 5. Huh. Textilgrad. Textilgrad is fine. I don't mind that. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a break in a second. Or we play through, I don't know. I want to do space news. Some cool stuff has been happening with Starship. It's back today? Yeah, probably. There's not much, again, Toothless. You're kind of in a little bit of a dry spot. Did you see the flame trench walls have been rolling in and are already getting installed? Yes. Yes, I did. What is a starship? It's a band from the 70s and 80s. Actually, good progress today, dudes. Yeah, we'll play for probably another 10 and then we'll go for space news. I'm, yeah, just running a little bit late, but... Let me just finish that pipeline segment and get the other depot up and running. Do you think the apartment building will start next session? So, Dr. Gnome, what I want by April... So, we've been stopping on a year-to-year basis. I stop April 1st every year. We pause the game. And then we kind of figure out what we want to do. What I really want to get done, like, per my original plan, I wanted to get this place totally up and running by 1962. By April 1962, but it's probably more likely going to be 63. If I get this and a single closed place up by 63, should be good to go. So yeah, that's coming along soon. They're called 5-year plans. Plan. Hey, Meat Snacks. There are some great vehicles for this game in the Steam Workshop. They don't break gameplay. Pretty balanced. I have some of them. I have the Ford. I should be able to buy the F-100. Go figure. Yeah, see? I could buy pickup trucks. We could buy a lot of pickup trucks. I could buy covered... Or no, that's not covered. That's the hauler. Yeah, there's the covered transport. They can move. Yeah. Can move a bunch of different things. There's an open. I don't want to play too much with mods, dude. There's the F-100 school bus. Can hold 18 people. That's actually not bad. And then there's a plow. Oh, its plowing speed is terrible. Never mind. No. No. I'm good. Yeah, look, that can produce so much more. So those three can produce about 9.5 tons a day. These produce 14 tons a day. Well, 13, almost 14 tons a day. Goes on scale all the time, Skylaton. F-100 school bus. Yep. They made those, dude. Those are things. Dude, Ford put whatever on the back of those things. Like, they're like anything, any different type of vehicle that we think we can make money on. So, like, look. It is a little goofy looking because it looks like they just shoehorned a school bus chassis onto the front of an F-100, which, I mean, yeah, that's basically what they did. They gave it a heavier chassis, though. That's an F600, meaning it's. So this naming convention doesn't work too well, like nowadays, but the number in an F-Series truck denotes like what it can move. So there was a time when an F-100 you could haul 1,000 pounds. Okay, so that's like 500 kilos, right? Doesn't make sense with kilos, but bigger number equals bigger. Sig, that's not necessarily the case. And I think if this is what you're alluding to with trucks, then I kind of agree with you. Like that F600, like, all right, here, look. You want to see what an F600 looked like back in the day? An F600 is just, it's the same exact truck. The same truck on just a bigger chassis. That's it. It's the same body. They made one cab for every single type of truck. See that? There you go. Jerome. Right? So an F100 had the same fender, same hood, same cab as an F600. Okay? You fast forward to nowadays. Hang on. You fast forward to nowadays, that's what an F600 looks like. And that's what an F-150 looks like. There's no commonality whatsoever. Maybe the door handle. Maybe. In the late 90s, Ford decided to separate the F-150 from every other line, which is whatever. Personally, I like that one. I think the Super Duties look way better than the F-150s. It's just me. And the F600 a commercial frame? Yeah, you could buy them. You could buy them for personal use if you want. I don't know what you're gonna do with it, but then again, you know, somebody wants it somewhere. What do you think about Ram trucks? They're okay, Enzo. I mean, I don't think they were what they were in the 90s, but that's because Stellantis, a Danish company, just what the hell do you guys know about trucks? Progress. At least they have Greenland? Oh, political comment. Huh. I'll take the trucks, thank you. What did you start building first? We went right for oil, Battle, and it's kind of keeping me afloat right now, which is nice. No, it's Danish, Braden. Yeah, Stellantis is Danish. Stellantis is like a consortium. It's like Stellantis is like a venture capital company that bought a bunch of automotive manufacturers. Like it's just a consortium of a bunch of manufacturers. Like ugh. They own, I believe it's Renault. I think it's Renault. What's for dinner? I don't know. I'm probably gonna go check. All right, guys. We'll play till 1962 for after hours. I am gonna do some after hours. It's just gonna be later tonight because I want to go to the L57 launch. So you guys know the drill. I'm gonna take a break. I hope you guys enjoyed the unpausing. I'm a little behind. I'm about 6 months behind where I really want to be, but that's not bad. But I have a feeling if we don't play catch up, it's going to get away from us real quick. But no, King Kitten, it's just a corporation that established themselves in Denmark because it's cheaper, if I'm understanding this correctly. But I don't know. I could be pulling it out of my tail. All right, cool. So I will be back. I'm gonna start Space News a little bit later than when I usually do. That's because I'm going to take a break after Space News. I have some stuff that I got to do, and I want to watch the season finale of Severance. So go figure. I'll be back after that, dudes. Yeah, and I want to go to the L57 launch. So there's going to be more workers. It's just there's going to be more workers in about 5 hours. So I'll see you guys in a second. If you're on the Twitch stream, just stay here, chill for a moment. And, yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah, should be good. YouTube, you guys know the drill. You'll get loss of signal, and then another stream will pop up in about 30. So I hope you enjoyed part 20 of Workers. I'll see you guys in a little bit.